and savage universe. They heard words spoken by the master of mankind himself, words that were never meant to echo through 10,000 years of bloody history. And now, entombed in walking sarcophagi of adamantium and ceramite, they keep those words locked behind layers of silence as impenetrable as their armor. In the deep sepulchres of chapter fortresses across the Imperium, ancient dreadnoughts slumber in darkness. These venerable warriors, some dating back to the founding of their chapters, to the Horus heresy itself, or even to the glory days of the Great Crusade, are roused only when their wisdom or their fury is desperately needed. When they wake, younger Space Marines gather to hear tales of battles long forgotten, to receive counsel from those who fought beside legends. Yet for all the stories these ancients tell, for all the tactical wisdom they dispense, there remains a conspicuous void in their narratives. They speak of the Primarchs with reverence, describe the campaigns that forged the Imperium with vivid detail, recount the horror of brother turning against brother during the heresy. But when it comes to the Emperor himself, when the conversation turns to the master of mankind, and the things he said, the things he believed, the vision he held for humanity's future, the ancient ones grow careful with their words. They offer platitudes. They speak in generalities. They redirect the conversation. This is not an accident. This is not the simple fog of memory that comes with millennia of intermittent consciousness. This is a deliberate choice, made by warriors who have endured longer than any should have to endure, who carry knowledge that could shake the very foundations of the Imperium they have spent 10,000 years defending. The question is not whether these ancient dreadnoughts know things that the rest of the Imperium does not. The question is why they have chosen, across countless awakenings, through the rise of the imperial cult and the transformation of everything the Emperor built, to keep those things to themselves. Why does Bjorn the Fell-Handed, who fought at the Emperor's side, who knew Lemon Russ as both man and Primarch, respond to the title God Emperor with what might be laughter or might be the sound of weapons systems reloading? Why do the handful of other dreadnoughts who remember those days deflect questions about the Emperor's true nature with practiced ease? The answer lies in understanding what these warriors are, what they have become through the centuries of their tortured half-life, and what they protect by their silence. It lies in recognizing that sometimes the greatest service a warrior can render is not to speak the truth, but to guard it like a fortress under siege. It lies in comprehending the terrible burden of being one of the last who remembers what the Emperor actually said, what he actually wanted, what he actually was, when the Imperium you have bled for across 10 millennia has been built on a foundation of carefully maintained misunderstanding. Understanding dreadnoughts, walking tombs of heroes. Before we can understand why ancient dreadnoughts keep their secrets, we must first understand what it means to be a dreadnought at all. The process of internment is not, as imperial propaganda suggests, a simple honor bestowed upon the greatest heroes. It is a nightmarish fusion of man and machine, a desperate measure taken when a Space Marine's body has been so catastrophically damaged that death is certain. Yet some spark of life remains that the chapter's apothecaries are unwilling to let slip away into the Emperor's embrace. When a Space Marine suffers wounds that even their superhuman physiology cannot overcome, when their torso is crushed, their spine shattered, their limbs torn away, when they lie on the battlefield with minutes or seconds left before their twin hearts finally cease their beating, a choice is made. Not by the dying warrior, not usually, but by those who stand over him, weighing the value of what this brother knows against the horror of what they are about to condemn him to. The chapter's most skilled tech marines and apothecaries work in concert, performing surgery that is as much arcane ritual as medical procedure. They harvest what remains of the warrior, cutting away everything that cannot be sustained, everything that is too damaged to preserve. What remains is almost unrecognizable as having once been human. The organic remnant that is finally sealed within the armored sarcophagus at the heart of a dreadnought is little more than a brain, perhaps some vital organs, floating in nutrient-rich amniotic fluid that is thick as oil and numbingly cold. Neural interface plugs stab into what remains of the brainstem, connecting the warrior's consciousness to the dreadnought's systems. When the process is complete, when the last seals are welded shut and the final prayers are spoken over the newborn machine warrior, the man who entered is gone. What emerges is something else, something that will never again feel the warmth of sunlight on skin, never again taste food or water, never again know the simple pleasure of moving through a world with a body of flesh and bone. The sensory experience of being a dreadnought is fundamentally alien to anything that could be called human. Vision comes through optical sensors that can see across spectrums no natural eye could perceive, but which can never again see the face of a battle brother with the clarity and depth that human vision provides. Sound is filtered through acoustic sensors that can detect the whisper of enemy movement kilometers away, but which translate all input into mechanical approximation. Touch becomes pressure readings on armor plating, the sensation of fingers replaced by the impact of power fists against enemy armor. Taste and smell, those most primal of senses, are simply gone, replaced by atmospheric analysis readouts and chemical composition data. But the true horror of the dreadnought's existence is not the loss of the body. Space Marines are already so far removed from baseline humanity, so conditioned to see their physical forms as merely tools in service of a greater purpose, that the loss of flesh alone might be bearable. The true horror is the isolation, the stasis, the slow dissolution of self that comes with the centuries. Between battles, dreadnoughts are returned to their chapter's sepulchre, a sacred space deep within the fortress monastery where these venerable warriors are maintained. Here, the Tech Marines disconnect the higher functions, placing the entombed warrior into a state of induced unconsciousness that is not quite sleep and not quite death. In this darkness, decades pass, sometimes centuries. The dreadnought's consciousness floats in a void, aware but not aware, existing but not experiencing. There are no dreams, no thoughts, no passage of time as a conscious being would measure it. There is only the absence, vast and cold and empty. When the dreadnought is finally awakened, when crisis demands that the chapter rouse one of its ancients, the transition is jarring beyond description. Systems that have lain dormant for decades roar to life. Neural connections that have carried no traffic suddenly flood with sensory input. The warrior's consciousness, which has existed in comfortable oblivion, is suddenly and violently returned to awareness. And with that awareness comes the recognition of how much time has passed, how much has changed, how many of the brothers they knew are now dead and dust. This cycle of awakening and sleep is what ultimately destroys the personality, the individuality, the essential humanness of the warrior within. Each time they wake, they find themselves more disconnected from the world around them. Faces they remember are attached to names they can no longer recall. Battles they fought begin to blur together, melding into a single endless campaign. The details of their former life, the things that made them who they were before their internment, fade like old parchment exposed to sunlight. What remains is the warrior, the tactical knowledge, the fighting skills honed across centuries. But the man, the person who once inhabited that warrior's frame, slowly erodes away. This is the fate that awaits all dreadnoughts, given enough time. Some go mad, their damaged psyches unable to cope with the endless cycle of battle, sleep, and isolation. These unfortunates must be restrained when awakened, their consciousness so fractured that they can no longer distinguish friend from foe, past from present, memory from hallucination. Others become hollow, going through the motions of war with mechanical precision, but no passion, no drive, no spark of the person they once were. They answer questions in monosyllables, offer tactical assessments devoid of context or creativity, and return to stasis with what seems like relief. For Chaos Space Marines, internment in a dreadnought is considered a fate worse than death, a punishment reserved for those who have failed their dark masters. Without the sacred oils and careful maintenance provided by loyalist chapters, without the protective stasis between battles, Chaos dreadnoughts deteriorate rapidly. The warp itself seems to corrupt them, their organic components mutating, their mechanical systems becoming fused with demonic essence. They are kept chained between battles, howling their rage and madness into the void, and released only when their masters have need of their fury. This is what awaits warriors who lack the discipline, the chapter structure, the sacred rituals that make the suffering of loyalist dreadnoughts at least bearable. Yet even loyalist dreadnoughts, maintained with reverence and awakened only when necessary, face the same inevitable erosion. The process is slower, more gradual, but it is no less certain. With each century that passes, more of the man is lost. Memories become fragmented. Emotional connections fade. The ability to relate to those who still live in bodies of flesh becomes increasingly difficult. The world moves on while the dreadnought remains trapped in an eternal present, unable to fully participate in the life of the chapter, unable to truly die. This is what makes the ancients, those dreadnoughts, who have somehow maintained their clarity of mind across millennia, so remarkable. Warriors like Bjorn the Fell-Handed, who has been entombed for over 10,000 years, yet still speaks with coherence and wit, who still remembers not just the battles he fought, but the brothers he fought beside, who can still recall the voice of Leman Russ and the face of the Emperor himself. Such longevity of consciousness is almost unheard of, achieved through some combination of iron will, advanced life support systems, and perhaps simple stubbornness, the refusal to let the endless dark take what remains of who they were. These are the warriors who hold the secrets. These are the ones who remember what the galaxy was like before the Imperium became an empire of faith, before the Emperor became a god, before 10,000 years of war ground down everything that the Great Crusade was meant to achieve. They have watched the slow transformation of everything they fought to build, seen the imperial truth give way to the imperial cult, witnessed the Imperium of reason and science become an Imperium of superstition and dogma. And they have chosen, again and again across the centuries, to keep what they know to themselves. Understanding their silence requires understanding their suffering. These are not simply old soldiers with long memories. They are beings who have endured torments that would break lesser minds, who have persisted through isolation that should have driven them mad, who have clung to their sanity and their identity through sheer force of will. When such warriors choose not to speak, when they deflect questions about the Emperor with practiced ease, it is not from forgetfulness or confusion. It is from a purpose so deeply held that even the erosion of centuries cannot shake it. Bjorn the Fell-Handed, the last who remembers. Among all the ancient dreadnoughts that still serve the Imperium, one stands apart as the undisputed eldest, the last living link to the age when the Emperor walked among his warriors and the Primarchs led their legions to conquest. Bjorn the Fell-Handed, ancient of the Space Wolves chapter, has been entombed for over 10,000 standard years. He fought in the Great Crusade. He stood beside Leman Russ during the burning of Prospero. He saw the Emperor with his own eyes, heard his voice with his own ears, before the Master of Mankind was interred within the Golden Throne. He is, by any measure, the oldest living loyalist space marine in the Imperium, and the weight of that longevity is both his honor and his burden. Bjorn's story begins not as a legend, but as a relatively unremarkable space wolf. He was a grey hunter in the Tra Great Company, one warrior among thousands in the 6th Legion, distinguished mainly by a mistake that nearly cost a remembrancer his life. When Bjorn, in his zeal to defend Fenris, shot down a shuttle carrying the archivist Caspar Hauser, he was assigned to guard the very man he had nearly killed. This inauspicious beginning would set in motion events that would shape Bjorn's legend. But in those early days, he was simply another young warrior learning the hard lessons of war. His moniker, the Fell-Handed, meaning he who lost his hand, came during the burning of Prospero, that terrible campaign when the Space Wolves descended upon their brother Legion at the Emperor's command. It was here, in the smouldering ruins of the Thousand Suns homeworld, that Bjorn confronted a demon wearing the face of Horus, the War Master who had not yet revealed his true allegiance. In that battle, Bjorn lost his arm, severed by demonic claws, and earned both his title and his first real glimpse into the horrors that the galaxy contained. The Horus heresy transformed Bjorn from a promising young warrior into a leader of men. When brother turned against brother, when legions that had fought side by side for decades suddenly found themselves locked in civil war, Bjorn stood firm in his loyalty to the Emperor and to Russ. He fought in the Alaxes Nebula, where the Space Wolves were ambushed by the Alpha Legion, barely escaping with his life. He helped pull Russ back from the brink of despair, convincing the Wolf King to forge his own path rather than simply serving as the Emperor's executioner. Through it all, Bjorn was there, witnessing firsthand the unraveling of everything the Great Crusade had built. After the heresy, when Russ disappeared into the Eye of Terror, searching for answers, or perhaps for the Tree of Life that might heal the Emperor, Bjorn became the first Great Wolf, leading the Space Wolves through the treacherous years of the Great Scouring. He led his chapter for centuries, adding glory to his already considerable reputation, earning the respect even of Primarchs from other legions. But the wars of the 31st millennium were brutal beyond measure, and eventually, even Bjorn's luck ran out. During the Proxima Rebellion in 934 M31, Bjorn led a raid against a fortress that should have been just another victory in a career full of them. Instead, he was so catastrophically wounded that the chapter's apothecaries had no choice but to inter him in a dreadnought or watch him die. The process saved his life, after a fashion, but it also marked the end of Bjorn as he had been, and the beginning of Bjorn as he would be for the next 10 millennia. As a dreadnought, Bjorn's legend only grew. He remained active for 500 years after his interment, his kill count rivaling that of entire chapters. His advanced dreadnought chassis, incorporating technology that was rare even during the heresy, allowed him to move with a speed and precision that belied his massive form. He fought with the fury of a warrior who understood that each battle might be his last opportunity to serve, knowing that eventually the long sleep would claim him for good. And eventually, it did. The years took their toll, and Bjorn began spending longer and longer periods in stasis, awakened only when the chapter faced its gravest threats or needed the wisdom that only he could provide. By the 41st millennium, he wakes perhaps once every 1,000 years, or when the fate of Fenris itself hangs in the balance. Each awakening is a jarring transition from the comfortable void into a galaxy that has changed yet again, where faces that were young are now old or dead, where brothers he remembers as initiates are now great wolves themselves. It is in these rare awakenings that we catch glimpses of what Bjorn truly knows, and more importantly, what he chooses not to say. During the months of shame, that dark period after the First War for Armageddon, when the Space Wolves nearly went to war with the Inquisition and the Grey Knights, Bjorn was awakened to mediate the dispute. It was then, in conversation with Grey Knights who spoke of the God Emperor, that Bjorn offered perhaps his most famous response. When the Grey Knight referred to the Emperor as a god, Bjorn made a sound that his dreadnought systems translated either as laughter or as weapon systems reloading. The ambiguity itself is telling. He then spoke words that have been repeated across the Imperium by those few who heard them. Calling him a god was how all this mess started. These words, simple though they appear, contain multitudes. They acknowledge that the Emperor was not, in Bjorn's direct experience, a deity. They suggest that the deification of the emperor, the transformation of the imperial truth into the imperial cult, was not only incorrect, but actively harmful. They imply that Bjorn understands, far better than most, how the Imperium went from the rational, atheistic empire the emperor intended to build to the theocratic nightmare it has become. And they demonstrate that Bjorn remembers what the emperor actually said, actually wanted, actually was. But notice what Bjorn does not do in this moment. He does not elaborate. He does not explain what the emperor told him during the Great Crusade. He does not detail the conversations he heard between Russ and the master of mankind. He does not reveal the secrets that he must carry about the emperor's true nature, his plans for humanity, his vision of what the Imperium was meant to become. He offers a single sardonic observation, wrapped in what might be laughter or might be threat, and then he moves on. This is not accident. This is not the rambling of a mind too old to maintain coherent thought. Bjorn's responses, when he speaks of the emperor at all, are carefully calibrated to acknowledge that he knows more than he's saying, while offering nothing that could actually destabilize the faith that holds the Imperium together. He walks a razor's edge between truth and necessary deception, maintaining his integrity as a warrior who has never been known to lie, while refusing to volunteer information that would shatter the foundations of everything the Imperium has become. Consider another moment from the same incident. When Inquisitor Lord Kisneros expressed shock that Bjorn had walked when the Emperor still lived, Bjorn responded with characteristic bluntness. Walked, ran, pissed, and killed. I did it all. I met the Allfather, you know. Fought at his side more than once. I do believe he liked me. Again, there is so much in what Bjorn says, and, more importantly, in what he doesn't say. He confirms that he knew the Emperor personally, that he fought alongside him, that there was some personal connection between them. The use of Allfather, a title from Fenrisian mythology, rather than God Emperor, subtly reinforces that Bjorn's relationship with the Emperor was different from the worshipful adoration that defines the 41st millennium. The casual mention that the Emperor liked him treats the master of mankind as a person capable of personal preferences, not as an abstract divine being beyond such human concerns. But when pressed for details, when asked what the Emperor was like, what he said, what he wanted, Bjorn becomes evasive. He tells stories about the battles, about the campaigns, about the Primarchs. He speaks of Russ with the affection of a warrior who served under a beloved commander. He recounts tactical decisions made during the Great Crusade. But about the Emperor himself, about the master of mankind's actual words and intentions, Bjorn remains conspicuously vague. This pattern holds across all of Bjorn's recorded awakenings. When younger Space Wolves gather to hear his stories, they always want to know about Leman Russ, about the glory days of the Legion, about what the Emperor was like. And Bjorn, who has endured 10,000 years of isolation specifically so that he could serve as a link to that past, deflects these questions with practiced skill. He tells them what they need to hear, what will reinforce their faith and their determination, but not what he actually knows about the vast gulf between what the Emperor intended and what the Imperium has become. The question, then, is why? Why does Bjorn, who owes no loyalty to the ecclesiarchy, who predates the imperial cult by millennia, who remembers when the Emperor explicitly forbade worship of himself as a god, choose to maintain this silence? Why does he not simply tell the truth about what he heard, what he saw, what the Emperor told him during those long-ago campaigns? The answer lies in understanding what Bjorn has become through the centuries of his service. He is not simply an old soldier with good memories. He is one of the last remaining anchors to a time that must remain, in some ways, mythologized. He has watched the Imperium transform, has seen it adapt and survive through the age of apostasy, the age of redemption, the countless wars and crises that would have destroyed a less resilient civilization. And he has come to understand, with the terrible clarity that only 10,000 years can bring, that sometimes the truth is less important than survival. Sometimes the lie, however uncomfortable, serves a purpose that truth cannot. Bjorn's silence is not betrayal. It is the ultimate loyalty, the willingness to bear the burden of uncomfortable knowledge so that others can maintain the faith that keeps them fighting. It is the recognition that the Imperium the Emperor wanted, the rational empire of science and reason, is no longer possible, that it died during the heresy, if not before. What remains is an Imperium that runs on faith, on the belief that the God Emperor watches over his servants and guides them through the darkness. And Bjorn, who knows that this belief is built on foundations of misunderstanding, chooses to let it stand because the alternative would be chaos. The age of the Emperor, when giants walked among men. To understand why ancient dreadnoughts keep their secrets, we must first understand what they are keeping secret. We must go back to a time that exists now, only in fragmented records, and the fading memories of warriors who should have died millennia ago. We must reconstruct, as best we can, what it was like when the Emperor walked among his legions, when the Great Crusade blazed across the stars, when the future seemed bright with the promise of a unified humanity ruling a rational empire. The Emperor during the Great Crusade was not the silent, enthroned deity of the 41st millennium. He was a being of tremendous presence and power, yes, but he walked and talked, and commanded his forces directly. He stood on the bridges of warships, planning campaigns alongside his sons. He descended to conquered worlds and spoke with their leaders, offering them the choice to join the Imperium or be destroyed. He was real in a way that the distant figure on the golden throne can never be, present in a way that 10,000 years of separation have made impossible. Those who served during the Great Crusade describe encountering the Emperor in terms that emphasize his humanity as much as his power. He was tall, taller than even the Primarchs, radiating an aura that made lesser beings want to kneel in his presence. But he was also pragmatic, strategic, willing to engage in detailed discussions about tactics and logistics. He had preferences, made jokes, showed anger and approval. He was, in the most fundamental sense, a person, however far beyond normal human capacity that person might have been. The warriors who served him knew this. They saw him in the planning chambers, heard him give orders, watched him fight alongside them when the situation demanded it. They knew that whatever else the Emperor might be, he was not a god in the traditional sense. He claimed no divine parentage, performed no miracles in the religious sense, demanded no worship. Indeed, he explicitly forbade such worship, viewing it as one of the many superstitions that had held humanity back during the age of strife. This was the foundation of the imperial truth, the philosophical framework that the Emperor intended to guide his empire. The imperial truth held that the universe operated according to natural laws, that the warp and its denizens were simply another aspect of physics rather than supernatural entities, that humanity's salvation lay in reason and science rather than faith and prayer. The Emperor intended to drag humanity kicking and screaming into an age of rationality, to strip away the accumulated superstitions of old night and replace them with cold, hard fact. To this end, he explicitly banned all forms of religious worship throughout the Imperium. The Word-Bearers Legion, led by the Primarch Lorgar, learned this the hard way when they were censured for building temples to the Emperor and preaching his divinity. The Emperor himself descended upon the planet Monarchia, the greatest of the Word-Bearers' holy cities, and had it razed to the ground as an object lesson. He made Lorgar and his entire legion kneel in the ashes of their greatest achievement, while he explained, with terrible clarity, that he was not a god and would not be worshipped as one. This moment is crucial to understanding the tragedy of what the Imperium has become. The Emperor was so committed to his vision of a rational empire, so determined to prevent the deification that he knew would corrupt and distort his work, that he humiliated one of his own sons and destroyed the works of an entire legion to make his point clear. He did not want worship. He did not want faith. He wanted humanity to stand on its own, guided by reason rather than superstition. The ancient dreadnoughts remember this. They remember serving in an imperium where the emperor explicitly forbade what the 41st millennium considers its highest virtue. They remember when calling the emperor a god was not an expression of devotion, but a failure to understand his vision, a regression to the kind of thinking he was trying to eliminate. They remember when the imperial truth was not a forgotten philosophy, but the governing principle of the entire imperium. They also remember what the emperor told them about his plans for humanity. During the Great Crusade, the emperor was relatively open about his ultimate goals. He intended to reunite all of humanity under one banner, to reclaim the lost colonies of Old Night and forge them into a single, unified civilization. Once this was accomplished, once the great enemies of mankind, the Xenos and the heretics, were defeated or driven to the edges of the galaxy, he intended to withdraw from direct rule. The Imperium would become a rationalist paradise, guided by the principles of science and reason, with humanity reaching heights of achievement that would make the dark age of technology look primitive by comparison. The Primarchs were central to this plan. Each was designed with specific roles in mind, skills, and temperaments suited to different aspects of building and maintaining this new civilization. Guilliman would organize and administrate. Dawn would fortify and defend. Sanguinius would inspire and lead. Horus would conquer and bring compliance. Each had their place in the grand design, and once that design was complete, once their assigned tasks were finished, the Emperor intended to guide them toward new purposes suited to peacetime rather than war. The Space Marines themselves, those transhuman warriors who formed the backbone of the legions, were also supposed to be transitional. They were tools of conquest, designed to bring the galaxy to heel through superior combat capability. But once the Great Crusade was complete, once the Imperium stretched from one edge of the galaxy to the other, there would be no more need for such warriors. The Emperor's plans for what would happen to the Legions Astartes after their purpose was fulfilled were never entirely clear, but those who served him knew that he did not envision endless war. The Space Marines were meant to be temporary, a necessary evil to achieve unification, not a permanent fixture of human civilization. This was the dream that the Emperor shared with those who served him most closely. This was the vision that motivated the warriors of the Great Crusade, that made them willing to spend decades or centuries away from terror, conquering world after world in his name. They believed that their sacrifices would lead to something better, that the endless war would eventually end, that humanity would finally be able to rest and prosper under the guidance of reason and science. The ancient dreadnoughts remember this dream. They remember believing in it, fighting for it, bleeding for it. They remember when the Imperium was not a theocratic nightmare sustained by faith and fear, but a rational empire guided by the best minds humanity could produce. They remember when the future seemed bright, when it seemed possible that humanity might actually achieve the Emperor's vision. And they remember when it all went wrong. The Horus heresy shattered the Emperor's dream beyond any possibility of repair. When Horus turned traitor, when fully half the legions followed him into damnation, when brother fought brother across 1,000 worlds, and the very fabric of the Imperium tore itself apart, all hope of the rational paradise died. The Emperor's injuries at Horus's hands, his internment within the Golden Throne, meant that he could never again guide his empire directly. The Primarchs were scattered, dead, or lost. The imperial truth was revealed as insufficient, unable to protect against the very real threats of chaos that the Emperor had tried to hide by denying their supernatural nature. In the ashes of the heresy, the Imperium that emerged was nothing like what the Emperor had planned. It was an empire born of desperation, held together by fear and faith rather than reason and science. The very worship that the emperor had forbidden became the glue that held human civilization together. The Space Marines, meant to be transitional, became permanent fixtures. The chapters scattered across the galaxy as guardians of an empire that had lost its way. The rationalist dream died, replaced by the theocratic nightmare. The ancient dreadnoughts watched this transformation happen. They lived through it, fighting to hold together an imperium that was fundamentally changing from what they had believed they were building. They saw the rise of the imperial cult, the gradual deification of the emperor, the transformation of his vision into something he would not have recognized. And they realized, slowly or suddenly depending on the warrior, that they could not stop it. The imperium needed this new form to survive. Without the faith that the emperor was a god watching over his people, without the belief that service to him was service to divinity itself, the fragmented remnants of humanity would have torn themselves apart. This is the fundamental tragedy that ancient dreadnoughts carry with them through the centuries. They know what the emperor wanted. They remember his actual words, his actual plans, his actual vision for humanity's future, and they have watched that vision die, replaced by something he explicitly tried to prevent. They have become custodians of a truth that can never be spoken, guardians of knowledge that would destroy the very thing they have spent millennia protecting. When Bjorn says that calling the emperor a god is how all the mess started, he is expressing this tragedy in the only way he can, without betraying the imperium he serves. He knows that Lorgar's worship of the emperor, the very worship that led to the destruction of Monarchia, was ultimately proven more resilient than the emperor's rationalist philosophy. He knows that the faith the emperor rejected has become the foundation of the imperium's survival. And he knows that revealing this truth to those who have only ever known the god emperor would accomplish nothing except destruction. The burden of memory. What ancient warriors carry. The knowledge that ancient dreadnoughts carry is not abstract philosophy or academic debate about the nature of divinity. It is concrete, specific, personal. These warriors heard the emperor speak. They received orders from him directly. Some, like Bjorn, fought alongside him in battle. They know, with the certainty that only direct experience can bring, exactly what the emperor said about himself, about his plans, about his vision for humanity. And that knowledge is a burden that grows heavier with each passing century. Consider what these ancient warriors know about the emperor's true nature. They remember that he ate and drank, that he could be wounded, that he required rest. They saw him make mistakes in judgment, change his mind when presented with new information, express frustration when plans went awry. All of these are marks of a being who, whatever else he might be, is not the omniscient, omnipotent deity that the imperial cult worships. The emperor was supremely powerful, yes, possessed of psychic might beyond anything else in the galaxy, but he was not infallible. He was not all-knowing. He was not beyond the possibility of error. The ancient dreadnoughts also know about the emperor's mistakes, and they know that he acknowledged them as such. The handling of the Primarchs, for instance, was riddled with errors that the emperor himself recognized. The decision to ban the study of the warp while simultaneously using it as a tool of conquest. The failure to properly explain to his sons why certain things were forbidden. The catastrophic misjudgment of Magnus's character and intentions that led directly to the Thousand Sons' fall. These are not the actions of an infallible god, but of a supremely powerful being, doing his best with incomplete information and facing challenges even he could not fully predict. More than this, the ancient warriors know what the emperor said about gods and worship. They heard him explain, in councils of war or in conversations with his primarchs, why he rejected divinity. They heard him describe gods as parasitic entities that fed on human belief, that grew powerful on worship, and used that power to manipulate and control their followers. They heard him say that the only way to defeat such entities was to starve them, to deny them the worship they needed, to build a human civilization that stood on reason and science rather than faith and prayer. This philosophical framework was not incidental to the emperor's plans. It was central to everything he was trying to achieve. The emperor understood, better than anyone else in the galaxy, the true nature of the warp and the beings that dwelt within it. He knew that the chaos gods drew their power from human emotion and belief, that every prayer offered to them made them stronger, that every act of worship fed their endless hunger. His atheistic philosophy was not mere preference or intellectual exercise. It was a calculated strategy to weaken the forces of chaos by denying them the one thing they needed most: acknowledgement of their power. The ancient dreadnoughts know this. They understand the emperor's reasoning because they heard him explain it, and they have watched, across 10,000 years, as the Imperium has done precisely what the emperor warned against. The imperial cult, with its endless prayers and its worship of the god emperor, feeds psychic power into the warp on a scale that the emperor would have considered catastrophic. Every prayer offered by a faithful citizen, every invocation of the emperor's name by a desperate soldier, every ritual performed by a priest of the ecclesiarchy, adds to the vast psychic tide that flows through the warp. But here is the terrible irony that the ancient dreadnoughts also understand. This may be why the Imperium has survived. The faith that the emperor tried to prevent has become humanity's greatest weapon against the darkness. The belief in the god emperor, however false that belief may be in terms of the emperor's actual nature and desires, creates a psychic phenomenon in the warp that acts as a barrier against chaos. The emperor, enthroned upon the golden throne and sustained by the sacrifice of 10,000 psykers every day, has become something like a god, whether he wanted to or not. The faith of trillions of humans has shaped the warp around him, creating a psychic entity that might not be the emperor as he was, but is certainly something godlike in its power and its nature. This is perhaps the most uncomfortable truth that ancient dreadnoughts carry. They know that the emperor would have hated what he has become. They know that the worship offered to him is precisely what he tried to prevent. But they also know, or at least strongly suspect, that without this worship, without this faith, the Imperium would have fallen millennia ago. The god emperor that the masses worship is not the man these ancient warriors knew, but that false god may be the only thing holding back the tide of chaos. The ancient warriors also carry specific knowledge about events and decisions that shaped the Imperium. They know about the Webway project, the Emperor's secret plan to build a human equivalent of the Eldar's network of tunnels through the warp. This project, meant to free humanity from dependence on warp travel and thus from exposure to chaos, was the Emperor's greatest hope for securing humanity's future. When Magnus's warning about Horus's treachery accidentally destroyed the Webway project, when the demon hordes came pouring through the breach that Magnus created, the Emperor's plans fell apart. He was forced to sit upon the golden throne, holding shut a door into hell, unable to lead his Imperium through the crisis of the heresy. The ancient dreadnoughts who knew about the Webway project understand what humanity lost when it failed. They know that the Imperium, forced to continue using warp travel, remains forever vulnerable to the predations of chaos. They know that every ship that enters the warp risks corruption, that every navigator who looks into its depths risks madness, that every psyker who channels its power risks possession. They know that the Emperor intended to free humanity from this vulnerability, and they know that his plan failed. More than just factual knowledge, the ancient dreadnoughts carry emotional truths about the Emperor that contradict the image promoted by the ecclesiarchy. They know that he was capable of affection for his sons, that he showed what might be called love in his own way for the Primarchs he created. They know that he grieved when Ferrus Manus fell, that he was enraged by Horus's betrayal, that he wept when he was forced to strike down his most beloved son. These are not the actions of an abstract, distant deity, but of a father who loved his children and was destroyed by their betrayal. The ancient warriors remember conversations where the emperor expressed doubt or uncertainty, where he admitted that he was operating on incomplete information or making the best guess he could with the data available. They remember him asking for advice, considering alternatives, changing his plans when new circumstances arose. They remember, in short, a being who was more like them than the distant god of the 41st millennium could ever be. And they carry this knowledge in silence, watching as generation after generation of space marines are raised in the faith of the God Emperor, knowing that what these young warriors believe is fundamentally at odds with what the ancient dreadnoughts witnessed. They watch as the ecclesiarchy grows in power, as faith becomes ever more central to imperial society, as the rational vision the emperor tried to build is replaced by the theocratic structure he tried to prevent. And they say nothing. Because what would they say? How would they explain to a space marine raised in the imperial cult, whose every action is motivated by faith in the God Emperor, that the being they worship explicitly rejected that worship? How would they convince a warrior whose chapter has been sustained for millennia by the belief that they serve a god that their god wanted them to serve a man instead? How would they tear down the foundations of faith that hold the Imperium together without offering something to replace it? The ancient dreadnoughts understand that their knowledge is useless. It cannot change what has happened. It cannot restore the Emperor's vision. It cannot return the Imperium to what it might have been before the heresy shattered everything. All it can do is cause pain, confusion, and doubt. And so they keep it to themselves, bearing the burden of uncomfortable truth so that others can maintain the comfort of necessary faith. This is not moral cowardice. It is pragmatic acceptance of reality. The ancient dreadnoughts have lived long enough to understand that truth, however valuable it may be in the abstract, is not always useful. Sometimes lies, or at least carefully maintained misunderstandings, serve purposes that truth cannot. The lie that the emperor is a god has sustained the Imperium for 10,000 years. The truth that he was a man with a plan that failed would accomplish nothing except destroying what he spent 30,000 years building. Why silence is necessary? Protecting the Imperium. The decision by ancient dreadnoughts to maintain their silence is not merely a personal choice driven by fear or uncertainty. It is a strategic calculation made by warriors who understand the Imperium at a level that few others can match, about what revelations would accomplish and what they would destroy. To understand why these ancient warriors choose silence, we must understand what would happen if they chose to speak. Imagine, for a moment, that Bjorn the Fell-Handed decided to tell the complete truth about the Emperor to anyone who asked. Imagine that he shared, without reservation or careful editing, everything he knew about the Emperor's actual nature, his explicit rejection of divinity, his vision of a rationalist empire, his specific plans for humanity that bore no resemblance to the Imperium that exists in the 41st millennium. What would happen? The immediate effect would be confusion and doubt among those who heard these revelations. Space Marines, whose faith in the God Emperor forms the core of their identity, would be forced to confront the fact that the being they worship explicitly rejected worship. Guardsmen who pray to the Emperor for protection in battle would have to grapple with the knowledge that their God was a man who wanted humanity to stand without divine assistance. The billions of imperial citizens who find meaning and purpose in service to a divine emperor would discover that their entire worldview is built on a foundation of misunderstanding. But the damage would not stop with mere confusion. The Imperium is not held together by rational self-interest or utilitarian calculation of what serves humanity best. It is held together by faith, by the belief that service to the God Emperor is the highest calling a human can answer, that death in his name guarantees a place at his side, that the suffering and sacrifice of imperial life have meaning because they serve divine purpose. Take away that faith, reveal that the emperor was a man with a plan that failed rather than a god with a grand design that is still unfolding. And the entire structure of imperial society begins to crumble. Consider what would happen on a world that learned the truth. The priests of the ecclesiarchy, whose authority derives from their claimed ability to interpret the will of the god emperor, would be revealed as either liars or fools. The faith that keeps planetary populations obedient in the face of grinding poverty, endless war, and lives of desperate suffering would collapse. The mechanisms of control that the Imperium uses to maintain order across 1 million worlds would suddenly seem arbitrary and cruel rather than necessary service to divine purpose. Rebellion would follow, not out of malice or corruption, but from simple loss of faith in the system that governs their lives. Multiply this across the Imperium, and the scale of the catastrophe becomes clear. The ecclesiarchy, one of the most powerful organizations in human space, would face an existential crisis as its fundamental claims were revealed as false. The Space Marine chapters, many of which have built their identity around worship of the Emperor, would fracture as some embraced the truth, while others rejected it as heresy. The Imperial Guard, whose soldiers fight and die by the millions under the banner of the God Emperor, would lose the faith that makes them willing to face the galaxy's horrors. The Inquisition, charged with rooting out heresy, would face the impossible task of determining whether these revelations were themselves heresy, or whether the faith they had defended for millennia was the real heresy. But the damage would go even deeper than institutional crisis. The Imperium faces enemies that are sustained and empowered by faith themselves. The Chaos Gods draw strength from human emotion and belief, and the faith in the God Emperor has created a psychic phenomenon in the warp that acts as a counterbalance to their power. The destruction of that faith would not simply be a loss of morale or institutional authority. It would be the removal of one of humanity's few effective weapons against the forces of the warp. The Emperor, as he exists in the warp, is at least partially a construct of the faith of trillions. Remove that faith, and the psychic entity that holds back the darkness might weaken or disappear entirely. The ancient dreadnoughts understand all of this with a clarity that only millennia of experience can bring. They have watched the Imperium evolve, seen it adapt to crisis after crisis, observed the mechanisms by which it maintains cohesion across vast distances and diverse populations. They know that faith is not merely a pleasant myth or a comforting lie. It is the weight-bearing pillar that holds up the entire structure. Remove it, and everything collapses. More than this, they understand that the truth they carry offers nothing to replace what it would destroy. The Emperor's vision of a rationalist empire guided by science and reason is dead. It died during the heresy, if not before, killed by the revelation that the warp and its denizens were not simply physics to be understood, but malevolent entities actively seeking humanity's destruction. The imperial truth could not protect against chaos because it denied the reality of chaos, and that denial left humanity vulnerable. The faith that replaced the imperial truth, however false it may be in terms of the emperor's actual nature and desires, at least acknowledges the spiritual dimension of the threats humanity faces. Consider the alternative. If the ancient dreadnoughts revealed the truth, if they destroyed the faith in the God Emperor, what would they offer in its place? A return to the imperial truth is impossible. That philosophy has been proven inadequate by 10,000 years of warfare against chaos. A new philosophy, built on accurate understanding of what the Emperor was and what he wanted, would have to somehow motivate billions of humans to continue the grinding sacrifice that imperial life demands without the promise of divine purpose or transcendent meaning. It would have to replace the faith that makes guardsmen charge into certain death with the cold calculation that their individual lives matter less than the collective survival of humanity. Such a philosophy might be theoretically superior, might even be more in line with what the Emperor wanted, but it would not work. The Imperium exists in a state of constant crisis, always on the edge of collapse, held together by faith and fear and the sheer stubborn refusal to give up. It is not a rational system, because rational systems cannot function in the 41st millennium. It is a system built for survival at all costs, and the cost it has chosen to pay is the abandonment of the Emperor's vision in favor of pragmatic faith. The ancient dreadnoughts have made their peace with this reality. They have accepted that the Imperium the Emperor wanted is gone, that it cannot be rebuilt, that attempting to return to his vision would accomplish nothing except the destruction of what remains. Their silence is not betrayal of the Emperor's memory. It is the recognition that his vision, however noble, is no longer achievable, and that the best they can do is support the Imperium that exists, rather than mourn the one that might have been. This acceptance comes at tremendous personal cost. These warriors fought for the Emperor's vision. They believed in the Great Crusade's promise of a rational empire. They sacrificed everything to build what he wanted to build. And now they must watch in silence as that vision is twisted into something he would have hated, knowing that this twisted version is the only thing standing between humanity and extinction. They must bow their heads when called upon to serve the God Emperor, must listen to prayers offered in his name without correcting the fundamental misunderstanding those prayers represent, must participate in the very system of worship that the Emperor spent his life trying to prevent. But they do it because the alternative is worse. They have lived long enough to understand that purity of vision means nothing in the face of survival. The Emperor wanted a rationalist empire, but he got a theocratic nightmare instead, and that theocratic nightmare has kept humanity alive for 10,000 years. Perhaps that is victory enough. Perhaps the measure of the Emperor's success is not whether his specific vision was achieved, but whether humanity survived. And by that measure, however uncomfortable the methods, the Imperium has succeeded. The imperial cult versus imperial truth. The transformation of the Imperium from an atheistic empire of reason to a theocratic civilization of faith represents one of the most profound ideological shifts in human history. Understanding this transformation is essential to understanding why ancient dreadnoughts, who remember the imperial truth, choose to remain silent in the face of the imperial cult. The conflict between these two philosophies is not merely academic debate. It is the fundamental tension at the heart of what the Imperium is and what it was meant to be. The imperial truth, as promulgated by the Emperor during the Great Crusade, rested on several core principles. First and foremost was the rejection of all gods and all worship. The Emperor insisted that there were no gods, that the entities in the warp were not divine beings, but rather powerful psychic constructs that fed on human belief and emotion. By denying them worship, by refusing to acknowledge them as gods, humanity could weaken them and eventually reduce them to insignificance. Second was the elevation of reason and science as the proper guides for human civilization. The Emperor believed that humanity's salvation lay in understanding the universe through observation and experimentation, not through faith and prayer. Third was the vision of humanity as a self-sufficient species, capable of standing on its own without divine intervention or supernatural assistance. This philosophy was not merely idealism, it was strategic doctrine, carefully calculated to achieve specific goals. The Emperor understood that the Chaos Gods grew strong on worship and belief. Every human who prayed to them, every ritual that acknowledged their power, every sacrifice made in their name, fed them psychic energy that made them more powerful in turn. The only way to defeat entities that existed as constructs of belief was to stop believing in them, to deny them the worship that gave them strength. The imperial truth was designed to starve the Chaos Gods by cutting off their supply of psychic sustenance. The word-bearers, ironically, were the first to truly understand both the power of faith and the danger of abandoning the imperial truth. Before their fall to chaos, they were the most devout of all the legions, believing absolutely in the emperor's divinity, even when he explicitly rejected such worship. Their primarch, Lorgar, wrote the Lectitio Divinitatis, a religious text proclaiming the emperor as the one true God of humanity. The emperor's response was brutal and unambiguous. He had the word-bearer's greatest achievement, the city of Monarchia, razed to the ground by the Ultramarines while forcing Lorgar and his entire legion to kneel in the ashes. The message was clear. Worship of the emperor was not merely discouraged. It was forbidden, punishable by the most extreme measures. But Lorgar's insight about the power of faith, however twisted it became after his fall, was fundamentally correct. Faith could move mountains. Belief could reshape reality, at least in the warp. The emperor's attempt to deny this, to insist that faith was merely superstition without real power, was undermined by the nature of the warp itself. The chaos gods were proof that belief had real, measurable effects. The emperor's attempt to build a rational empire was swimming against a fundamental current of the universe itself. The Horus heresy shattered the possibility of maintaining the imperial truth. The horrors of the warp, the existence of demons, the power of chaos, all became impossible to deny in the face of civil war that split the galaxy. The emperor's insistence that these were merely psychic phenomena to be understood through science seemed naive, even criminally negligent, when demons were pouring through warp rifts and primarchs were falling to corruption. The imperial truth had left humanity unprepared for spiritual warfare because it denied that such warfare was possible. In the wake of the heresy, as the emperor sat upon the golden throne and could no longer guide his imperium, the vacuum of spiritual authority was filled by those who had never accepted the imperial truth in the first place. The ecclesiarchy rose to power, building on the foundations laid by Lorgar's Lectitio Divinitatis. The worship of the god emperor became not merely accepted but mandatory, the defining characteristic of imperial culture. The rationalist vision was swept away, replaced by a faith that, whatever its falsehoods, at least acknowledged the reality of the spiritual threats humanity faced. The ancient dreadnoughts watched this transformation happen. They saw the imperial truth abandoned, saw faith in the god emperor become the new orthodoxy, saw the very worship the emperor had forbidden become the foundation of imperial society. And they understood, however uncomfortable the understanding might be, that this transformation was necessary for survival. The imperial cult, for all its deviation from the emperor's vision, solved problems that the imperial truth could not. It provided spiritual weapons against chaos by acknowledging that such weapons were needed. It gave meaning to the suffering of imperial life by framing it as service to divine purpose. It created unity across vast distances and diverse cultures by giving all humans a common object of worship. It motivated soldiers to fight and die by the billions, by promising that their sacrifice had transcendent meaning. These are not small achievements. In a galaxy of endless war and horror, the faith that the imperial cult provides is perhaps humanity's most important weapon. But the cost of this transformation is the betrayal of everything the emperor said he wanted. The being who spent 30,000 years insisting that he was not a god has been transformed into the god emperor of mankind, the central figure in the largest religion human civilization has ever produced. His explicit rejection of worship has been forgotten or reinterpreted as testing the faith of his followers. His vision of a rationalist empire has been replaced by a theocratic nightmare where questioning the faith is heresy punishable by death. Everything he said he wanted has been turned inside out, and the result is an imperium he would not recognize. The ancient dreadnoughts live in this contradiction. They remember what the emperor actually said, what he actually wanted, what he explicitly tried to prevent. They know that every prayer offered to the god emperor would have horrified the man they knew. They know that the ecclesiarchy is built on a foundation of misunderstanding, so profound that calling it a lie seems insufficient. And yet they also know that this misunderstanding has kept humanity alive for 10,000 years, that the faith they know to be false has achieved things the truth could not. This knowledge creates a moral burden that would crush lesser beings. The ancient dreadnoughts must participate in a system built on foundations they know to be false. They must listen to prayers offered to a god who insisted he was not a god. They must accept the devotion of warriors who worship an image of the emperor that bears little resemblance to the being they knew. They must watch as the imperial cult grows ever stronger, knowing that every expansion of faith is a further betrayal of what the emperor wanted, yet also knowing that this betrayal is necessary for survival. They cannot speak the truth because the truth would accomplish nothing except destruction. They cannot remain entirely silent because their knowledge and experience make them valuable advisors to younger generations. So they walk a middle path, offering carefully edited wisdom, sharing memories that reinforce faith rather than undermining it, telling stories about the Great Crusade that emphasize the emperor's power and vision while quietly omitting his explicit rejection of worship. They become, in effect, propagandists for a faith they know to be false, guardians of a lie they understand to be necessary. This is perhaps the deepest tragedy of their existence. These are warriors who pride themselves on honor and truth, who have never been known to lie, who built their reputations on absolute integrity, yet they have spent millennia engaged in what is, by any measure, a massive deception. They have allowed the Imperium to believe something they know to be false. They have watched lies become truth through repetition and faith. And they have done this not out of cowardice or malice, but out of the coldest possible calculation that the lie serves the Imperium better than the truth ever could. The psychology of ancient dreadnoughts. To truly understand why ancient dreadnoughts maintain their silence about the Emperor, we must delve deeper into the psychological landscape of beings who have existed for millennia in a state that can barely be called life. The mental state of these warriors is shaped by isolation, suffering, and an accumulation of experiences that would shatter lesser minds. Their silence is not merely a strategic choice. It is also a reflection of how centuries of entombment have fundamentally altered their relationship with memory, truth, and duty. Consider first the nature of memory itself for a dreadnought. Human memory is not a simple recording of events, but rather a constant process of reconstruction and reinterpretation. Each time we remember something, we are not playing back a perfect record, but rather rebuilding the memory from fragments, filling in gaps, adding context from subsequent experiences. For a being that sleeps for decades or centuries between awakenings, this process becomes wildly unstable. The ancient dreadnoughts wake to find that events they remember as happening yesterday occurred hundreds of years ago. Brothers they remember as young warriors are long dead. Enemies they fought against are extinct or transformed beyond recognition. The constant dissonance between memory and reality erodes the certainty with which they hold any recollection. This creates a profound uncertainty about the reliability of their own memories. When Bjorn recalls conversations with the Emperor that took place over 10,000 years ago, processed through centuries of sleep and thousands of awakenings, filtered through the degradation of organic tissue and the translation of cybernetic systems, how certain can he be that he remembers accurately? The words he heard, the context in which they were spoken, the precise meaning the Emperor intended, all of these are subject to the same erosion that affects all memory, multiplied by timescales that no human is meant to endure. The ancient dreadnoughts may choose silence partly because they are no longer entirely certain that what they remember is true, or at least not certain enough to stake the stability of the Imperium on the accuracy of their recollection. There is also the psychological impact of isolation itself. Between battles, dreadnoughts exist in a void of unconsciousness that is not quite sleep and not quite death. In this state, they have no sensory input, no thoughts, no awareness of time passing. When they wake, the transition is jarring, a sudden violent return to consciousness that must be endured before they can function. Imagine experiencing this cycle thousands of times over thousands of years. Imagine waking again and again to a world that has changed, beyond recognition, where everyone you knew is dead, where the very purpose for which you fought has been transformed into something unrecognizable. This kind of chronic disconnection changes a being at a fundamental level. The ancient dreadnoughts become detached not just from the world around them, but from their own past, from their own identity. The person they were before internment fades, replaced by something else, something that is more memory than man, more function than personality. In this state, the truth they carry about the Emperor may seem less important than it once did, less urgent, less worth the effort it would take to explain to beings so far removed from the context in which that truth was relevant. The ancient warriors also face the psychological burden of being the last witnesses to a time that has become myth. Everyone else who knew the Emperor during the Great Crusade is dead. The Primarchs are gone, scattered or fallen or lost. The remembrances who recorded the era are long dust. The other Space Marines who served during that time have died and been replaced by successors who know the past only through stories and records. The ancient dreadnoughts alone remain, isolated islands of direct experience in an ocean of second-hand knowledge. This isolation creates its own form of madness. To be the only one who remembers, to carry knowledge that no one else can verify or refute, to be unable to share the burden of memory with anyone who truly understands. This is a form of loneliness so profound that it challenges the sanity of even a transhuman mind. The ancient dreadnoughts cannot discuss their memories with peers because they have no peers. They cannot seek validation or correction of their recollections because there is no one left to provide it. They are trapped in their own past, unable to move forward, unable to let go, unable to find anyone who shares the weight of what they know. This loneliness may, perversely, make their silence easier to maintain. When the truth you carry is so isolated, so disconnected from the lived experience of everyone around you, it becomes almost abstract, almost unreal. The ancient dreadnoughts may keep their secrets partly because those secrets have become so divorced from the reality of the 41st millennium that speaking them feels less like revelation and more like discussing a dream or a story from a different life. There is also the psychological protection that comes with maintaining established patterns. The ancient dreadnoughts have been deflecting questions about the Emperor for millennia. They have developed practiced responses, familiar ways of avoiding topics that might be uncomfortable, reflexive methods of steering conversations away from dangerous truths. These patterns become comfortable, become routine, become part of how they manage the cognitive load of their extended existence. Breaking these patterns, choosing to speak the truth after so long, would require an effort of will that may simply be beyond beings so exhausted by the weight of years. Consider, too, the impact of watching the Imperium slowly transform over centuries. The ancient dreadnoughts did not wake one day to find that the imperial truth had been replaced by the imperial cult. They watched it happen gradually, awakening every few decades or centuries to find that faith had grown a little stronger, that the ecclesiarchy had gained a little more power, that the emperor's divinity was being asserted a little more confidently. Each awakening presented a choice: speak out against this deviation from what the emperor wanted, or remain silent and let the transformation continue. Each time they chose silence, the next choice became easier. Each time they let the lie stand, the cost of revealing the truth grew higher. Eventually, the momentum of accumulated silence became so great that speaking out would require overcoming not just the immediate obstacles, but the weight of thousands of years of complicity. This is not moral weakness. It is the simple psychological reality of incremental change. When transformation happens slowly enough, it becomes possible to accommodate almost any deviation from the original vision, justifying each small step as necessary or unavoidable while never confronting the totality of how far you have strayed. The ancient dreadnoughts may keep their silence partly because they have been keeping it for so long that breaking it would require them to confront their own role in allowing the Imperium to become what it is. Finally, there is the question of duty itself and how millennia of service reshape a warrior's understanding of what duty requires. The ancient dreadnoughts were created to serve the Emperor and the Imperium. That was their purpose, the meaning of their existence, the goal that justified all the suffering and sacrifice. But what does service mean when the Emperor is gone and the Imperium has changed beyond recognition? What does duty require when loyalty to the Emperor's vision conflicts with loyalty to the Imperium's survival? The ancient warriors have chosen to interpret their duty as service to the Imperium that exists, not the Imperium that the Emperor wanted to create. They have decided that their oath was to serve humanity's survival, and if humanity survives through faith in a lie rather than through dedication to truth, then serving that faith becomes their duty. This interpretation may be self-serving, a way of justifying their silence, but it is also psychologically necessary. Without it, the ancient dreadnoughts would face the unbearable conclusion that they have spent millennia serving a cause that betrayed everything they fought to build. Their silence, then, is not merely strategic calculation or political prudence. It is also psychological necessity, a way of maintaining sanity in a situation that should, by all rights, drive them mad. They cannot speak the truth without confronting their own complicity in its suppression. They cannot tear down the faith without acknowledging that they helped build it through their silence. They cannot restore the Emperor's vision without admitting that they failed to preserve it when they had the chance. Better to maintain the silence, to continue the patterns established over millennia, to let the burden of uncomfortable truth remain unshared rather than face the consequences of revelation. Specific secrets they might hold. While we have discussed the general nature of what ancient dreadnoughts know and why they keep it secret, it is worth considering the specific knowledge these warriors might carry, the concrete details that could shake the foundations of the Imperium if revealed. These are not abstract philosophical points, but precise, factual information about the Emperor, the Primarchs, and the nature of the Imperium that would fundamentally challenge everything the 41st millennium believes. First and most fundamentally, the ancient dreadnoughts know definitively that the Emperor was not a god in any traditional sense. They saw him eat and drink. They witnessed him sleep and rest. They watched him make decisions, change his mind, express frustration and satisfaction. More than this, they heard him explicitly reject divinity, not once, but repeatedly, in contexts that left no room for interpretation. The Emperor was not merely humble about his powers. He was actively hostile to any suggestion that he was anything more than an extraordinarily powerful and long-lived human being. The ancient warriors might know specific conversations where the Emperor explained his nature. Perhaps they heard him discuss his origins, whether he was a single perpetual human who had lived for 30,000 years, or a fusion of ancient shamans, as some texts suggest. They might know whether he was born with his powers, or acquired them through some process. They certainly know that he considered himself bound by the same natural laws as everyone else, merely operating at a level of power and understanding that appeared godlike to lesser beings. This knowledge directly contradicts the central claim of the imperial cult, that the Emperor is the divine creator and sustainer of humanity. They also know about the Emperor's plans for the Space Marines, and this knowledge is perhaps more dangerous than any revelation about his nature. The ancient dreadnoughts remember when the legions were tools of conquest, means to an end, not the end itself. They know that the Emperor intended to move beyond the need for Space Marines once the Great Crusade was complete. What exactly he planned to do with the legions Astartes after unification is unclear even to them. But they know he did not envision eternal war. The Space Marines were meant to be temporary, a necessary evil to bring compliance, not a permanent fixture of human civilization. This knowledge threatens the very identity of the Adeptus Astartes. Every Space Marine in the 41st Millennium believes that their chapter exists to serve the Emperor eternally, that their purpose is endless war in his name. To learn that the Emperor viewed them as transitional, that he planned for a future where humanity would not need warriors like them, would force a fundamental re-evaluation of what it means to be a Space Marine. The chapters might conclude that they exist in defiance of the Emperor's wishes, that their eternal war is a failure to achieve his vision rather than fulfillment of his purpose. The ancient dreadnoughts might also know the truth about the Primarch's creation, and this truth could be devastating. The exact nature of how the Emperor created his sons is deliberately obscured in imperial records, but those who served during the Great Crusade had access to information that has since been lost or suppressed. They might know what genetic material the Emperor used, what bargains he made to acquire the knowledge and power necessary for the Primarch project, what prices were paid in the process. If the Emperor used warp-based powers, or made deals with warp entities to create the Primarchs, as some sources suggest, this would undermine the very foundation of his supposed rejection of chaos. More specifically, the ancient warriors would know details about individual Primarchs that the Imperium has chosen to forget or reinterpret. They remember Primarchs who have been purged from all records, whose legions were destroyed and their names struck from history. They know why these Primarchs and legions were erased, what they did that was so terrible that even their existence had to be denied. They know the details of the Rangdan genocides and other campaigns from which entire legions never returned. This knowledge of suppressed history demonstrates that the Imperium has always been willing to rewrite its past when convenient, which calls into question the reliability of any official history. The ancient dreadnoughts certainly know more about the Horus heresy than the sanitized versions that survive in official records. They were there, they fought in it. They saw Primarchs fall to chaos and watched brothers turn on brothers. But more than just the bare facts, they understand the context, the mistakes that led to the heresy, the signs that were missed, the opportunities to prevent it that were squandered. They know that the heresy was not simply evil arising from nowhere, but rather the product of the Emperor's own errors in judgment, his failure to properly communicate with his sons, his tendency to keep secrets that needed to be shared. This knowledge is particularly dangerous because it suggests that the Imperium's current problems are not aberrations, but continuations of flaws that existed from the beginning. If the Emperor's secrecy and his failure to properly prepare the Primarchs for the threats they would face led directly to the heresy, then perhaps the Imperium's current dysfunction is similarly rooted in fundamental design flaws rather than in corruption or deviation from some pure original vision. The ancient dreadnoughts could reveal that the Imperium has always been deeply flawed, that there never was a golden age to return to, that the problems of the 41st millennium are not corruptions of the Emperor's plan, but rather natural consequences of that plan's limitations. They would also know about the Webway project in detail, not just that it existed and failed, but how it was meant to work, what it would have achieved, why it was so important to the Emperor's vision. They might know the specific circumstances of Magnus's attempt to warn the Emperor about Horus, exactly what Magnus did wrong, and why the Emperor's wards were insufficient to prevent it. They certainly know that the Emperor's plan for securing humanity's future died with the Webway project, that his injury and internment on the Golden Throne was him trying to hold together something that was already broken beyond repair. This knowledge would demonstrate just how close humanity came to achieving the Emperor's vision and how completely it failed. The Webway project was meant to be the key to everything, the solution that would allow humanity to travel the galaxy without depending on the warp, to develop its psychic potential without risking chaos corruption, to build the rational empire the Emperor envisioned. Its failure was not just a setback, but a fundamental shift in what was possible. The ancient dreadnoughts know that the Imperium of the 41st millennium is not a work in progress toward the Emperor's vision, but rather a completely different civilization built on the ruins of what he tried to achieve. Perhaps most dangerously, the ancient warriors might know the Emperor's true feelings about the faith that has grown up around him. Not just his rejection of divinity in the abstract, but his specific reaction to worship. His feelings about those who insisted on treating him as a god despite his objections. They might have heard him express frustration, anger, even despair at humanity's tendency to seek gods to worship. They would certainly remember his destruction of Monarchia and his punishment of the word-bearers, and they would understand that this was not merely policy enforcement, but a deeply personal response to what he viewed as betrayal of everything he was trying to achieve. If the ancient dreadnoughts revealed that the Emperor actively hated worship, that he viewed the very faith that now sustains the Imperium as a cancer to be cut out, the psychological impact on imperial society would be catastrophic. The priests of the ecclesiarchy would face the realization that they have spent millennia doing precisely what the being they worship most opposed. The faithful would have to confront the fact that their devotion is the opposite of what he wanted. The entire spiritual foundation of imperial civilization would collapse. These specific secrets, any one of them, would be sufficient to destabilize the Imperium if widely known. Together, they represent a comprehensive indictment of everything the Imperium has become, a demonstration that the current state of human civilization is not just different from what the Emperor wanted, but actively opposed to his vision at almost every level. The ancient dreadnoughts carry this knowledge, specific and detailed and utterly damning, and they have chosen across millennia to keep it to themselves. The cost of truth in the 41st millennium. Having explored what the ancient dreadnoughts know and why they keep it secret, we must now confront the fundamental question. What would actually happen if they broke their silence? Not in abstract terms of philosophical consistency or moral purity, but in concrete, practical terms of how the Imperium would react and what the consequences would be. The cost of truth in the 41st millennium is not measured in hurt feelings or embarrassment. It is measured in worlds lost, in chapters fracturing, in the possibility of civil war on a scale that would make the Horus Heresy seem restrained. Begin with the immediate problem of authority and belief. When an ancient dreadnought like Bjorn speaks, people listen. His status as the last living link to the Great Crusade, his personal service alongside Primarchs and the Emperor himself, gives him an authority that few others in the Imperium can claim. If such a figure were to publicly proclaim that the God Emperor is a lie, that the Emperor explicitly rejected worship, that the entire imperial cult is built on misunderstanding, the shockwave would be felt across human space. This is not some fringe heretic making wild claims. This is a witness with unimpeachable credentials stating facts he knows to be true from direct experience. The ecclesiarchy would be forced to respond, and their options are all terrible. They could accept the ancient warrior's testimony as true, which would require them to effectively dismantle their own institution and admit that they have been propagating falsehoods for millennia. They could reject it as the ravings of a mind gone mad, but this would require them to declare one of the Imperium's most revered warriors insane, damaging their own credibility in the process. They could try to suppress the information, but how do you suppress testimony from a figure as publicly visible and widely respected as Bjorn? They could declare it heresy and try to destroy the dreadnought, but this would pit the ecclesiarchy against a space marine chapter, potentially triggering civil war. No matter what the ecclesiarchy chose, the mere existence of this challenge from such an authoritative source would create doubt where there was certainty. Billions of imperial citizens whose faith sustains them through lives of grinding hardship would suddenly face questions they have never had to consider. Is the God Emperor truly divine? Did he want to be worshipped? Is the suffering they endure actually service to divine purpose? Or is it simply suffering, meaningless and cruel, in service to a system that has betrayed what its founder intended. This doubt would not remain abstract. It would have immediate practical effects. The Imperial Guard depends on faith to make its soldiers willing to die by the millions in wars they barely understand. Take away that faith. Replace it with uncertainty about whether their deaths serve any purpose, beyond sustaining an empire that might be fundamentally illegitimate, and the willingness to sacrifice collapses. Planetary governors, who maintain control through the authority derived from serving the God Emperor's will, would find their power challenged by populations who no longer believe that authority is divine. The mechanisms of imperial control, already strained to breaking across 1 million worlds, would begin to fracture. The impact on Space Marines would be even more direct and more dangerous. The chapters of the Adeptus Astartes have built their identities around service to the Emperor over 10,000 years. For many chapters, particularly those like the Black Templars, who explicitly embrace the imperial cult, faith in the God Emperor is not merely belief, but the core of their existence. To learn that this faith is contrary to what the Emperor wanted, that they have spent millennia doing precisely what he tried to prevent, would force a crisis of identity that some chapters might not survive. We can predict how different chapters would react based on their histories and cultures. Some, like the Ultramarines with their emphasis on duty and pragmatism, might find ways to rationalize the revelation, arguing that serving the Imperium's survival is more important than strict adherence to the Emperor's original vision. Others, like the Dark Angels with their obsession with loyalty and their own history of hidden shame, might fracture between those who accept the truth and those who reject it as lies meant to test their faith. Still others, like the Black Templars, might simply refuse to believe, declaring the ancient dreadnought corrupted or deceived, and continue in their faith regardless of evidence. This fracturing would not remain peaceful. Space Marines are warriors, trained and conditioned to solve problems through violence. If chapters split over whether to accept revelations about the Emperor, if some embrace the truth while others reject it as heresy, the resulting conflicts could tear the Adeptus Astartes apart. Brother would fight brother not over corruption or treachery, but over competing interpretations of loyalty to the Emperor's memory. The Imperium has seen this before, during the Horus Heresy, and barely survived. A second such split, even on a smaller scale, could be the blow that finally breaks humanity's faltering empire. But the damage would extend beyond institutional crisis and civil conflict. The faith in the God Emperor has shaped the warp itself, creating a psychic phenomenon that acts as a bulwark against chaos. The Emperor, as he exists in the warp, is at least partially a construct of the faith of trillions of humans. This psychic entity, whether it is truly the Emperor or merely shaped in his image by the collective belief of humanity, has real power, real effect on the material universe. The destruction of faith in the God Emperor might weaken or eliminate this phenomenon, removing one of humanity's few effective weapons against the forces of chaos. Consider what the Chaos Gods would make of such a revelation. They grow strong on human emotion and belief, and the crisis of faith that would follow the destruction of the imperial cult would provide a feast of fear, despair, doubt, and rage. Worlds that have stood firm against chaos for millennia might suddenly find themselves vulnerable as the faith that protected them collapses. The Great Rift already splits the galaxy, and a spiritual crisis of the magnitude that truth about the Emperor would create might allow chaos to advance further than ever before. The ancient dreadnoughts understand all of this because they have watched the Imperium long enough to understand how it actually functions. They know that truth, however valuable in the abstract, is not always useful in practice. They know that the lies that sustain the Imperium are not merely convenient falsehoods, but necessary fictions, required for the survival of human civilization in a galaxy that actively wants to destroy it. They know that their silence is not cowardice, but the coldest possible pragmatism. the recognition that some truths are too dangerous to speak. This does not make their burden lighter. If anything, understanding exactly what revelation would cost makes their silence more painful. They must live with the knowledge that they could, at any moment, speak truths that would shake the galaxy. They must choose, again and again across centuries of awakening, to protect a lie they know to be false, because the truth would accomplish nothing except destruction. They must watch as the Imperium continues to build itself on foundations they know are rotten, unable to offer alternatives or corrections, consigned to the role of silent witnesses to a grand deception. The cost of truth in the 41st millennium is civil war, the collapse of faith, the fracturing of the Space Marines, the strengthening of chaos, and quite possibly the end of the Imperium itself. When weighed against this cost, the burden of silent complicity seems almost bearable. Almost. But the ancient dreadnoughts must live with this choice, must justify it to themselves across the centuries, must somehow maintain their sense of honor and integrity while participating in the greatest lie human civilization has ever told. Conclusion. The guardians of uncomfortable truths. In the deep sepulchres of the Imperium, in chambers where ancient machines sleep their centuries-long sleep, there are warriors who know the truth. They remember when the Emperor walked among his soldiers, when the Great Crusade promised a future of reason and science, when faith was forbidden and worship was heresy. They heard his words directly, received his commands, fought at his side. They know, with a certainty that only direct experience can provide, that everything the Imperium has become is a betrayal of what he wanted to build. And they choose silence. This silence is not simple cowardice, though it carries elements of all too human fear. It is not ignorance, though memory fades and certainty erodes across millennia. It is not betrayal, though it enables a lie to continue unchallenged. The silence of the ancient dreadnoughts is something more complex and more terrible than any of these simple explanations. It is pragmatic acceptance of reality, recognition that truth and survival sometimes pull in opposite directions, understanding that sometimes the greatest service a warrior can render is to guard knowledge too dangerous to share. Bjorn, the fell-handed, and the handful of other ancient warriors who remember the Emperor's time embody one of the Imperium's deepest contradictions. They are living history, direct links to a time that has become myth, guardians of truths that must remain hidden. They are honored as heroes, revered as wise elders, consulted when only the wisdom of ages will suffice. Yet they are also trapped, prisoners of knowledge they cannot share, witnesses to a transformation they cannot prevent, complicit in a deception they understand to be necessary. Their silence protects the Imperium, but at tremendous personal cost. These warriors, who have endured physical suffering beyond imagination in their entombment, who have persisted through isolation that should have driven them mad, carry an additional burden that might be heavier than all the rest. They must watch as everything the Emperor said he wanted is systematically destroyed or perverted. They must participate in rituals of worship that he explicitly forbade. They must listen to prayers offered to a god-emperor that the Emperor insisted he was not. And they must do all of this knowing that speaking the truth would accomplish nothing except destruction. The tragedy is not merely that the Emperor's vision failed. The tragedy is that its failure was so complete that even those who remember it cannot resurrect it, cannot restore it, cannot even properly mourn it without endangering the thing that rose in its place. The Imperium of the 41st millennium bears the Emperor's name and claims his authority, but it is not what he wanted to build. It is something else entirely, something he would likely have opposed if he could, yet something that has kept humanity alive through 10,000 years of war and horror. The ancient dreadnoughts have made their choice. They have decided that their duty is to the Imperium that exists, not to the Imperium that might have been. They have accepted that the Emperor's vision is dead, that attempting to resurrect it would kill what remains. That the best they can do is support the survival of humanity, even if humanity survives in ways the Emperor would have hated. This acceptance has come slowly, across centuries of gradual awakening to the reality of what the Imperium has become. But it has come. What makes their choice particularly poignant is that it is, fundamentally, the same choice the Emperor himself made. He wanted to build a rational empire, but he built it on lies and secrets. He claimed to reject divinity while demanding absolute obedience. He preached the imperial truth while hiding truths he deemed too dangerous to share. The Emperor was, in his own way, the first guardian of uncomfortable knowledge, the first to recognize that sometimes truth must be sacrificed for pragmatic necessity. The ancient dreadnoughts, in their silence, honor his memory not by revealing what he said, but by following his example of protecting truth, when revelation would serve no useful purpose. In the end, the silence of the ancient dreadnoughts is an act of love. Love for the Imperium, flawed and terrible though it may be. Love for humanity, struggling to survive in a galaxy that wants to destroy it. Love for the Emperor's memory, even as that memory is twisted and transformed into something he would not recognize. They keep their secrets, not because they are weak or cowardly, but because they are strong enough to bear the burden of uncomfortable truth, so that others can maintain the comfort of necessary faith. When Bjorn the Fell-Handed makes that sound that might be laughter, or might be weapon systems reloading, when he says that calling the Emperor a god was how all this mess started, he is offering the only truth he can safely give. An acknowledgement that he knows more than he's saying, a hint that the official story is incomplete at best, a suggestion that those who seek deeper truth should be careful what they wish for. It is a masterclass in saying everything while revealing nothing, in honoring both the truth he knows and the lie he must protect. The ancient warriors will continue their vigil, waking every few centuries to find the galaxy changed again, sleeping their long sleep between awakenings, carrying truths that grow heavier with each passing century. They will continue to deflect questions about the Emperor with practiced skill, to tell stories that reinforce faith rather than undermining it, to serve an Imperium that betrayed everything they fought to build. And they will do this until they finally achieve the true death that has been denied them for so long, taking their secrets to whatever lies beyond, leaving the Imperium to continue on foundations they know are false, but have chosen to support. This is their burden. This is their choice. This is their sacrifice. They are the guardians of uncomfortable truths, the protectors of dangerous knowledge, the witnesses to a vision that failed. And they bear this weight in silence, choosing duty over truth, survival over purity, pragmatism over principle. In a galaxy of endless war and horror, perhaps this is the greatest heroism of all, not to fight and die for noble causes, but to live and suffer in service of necessities that contradict everything you believe, to guard truths you know should be spoken, but understand must remain hidden, to be complicit in a lie you recognize as necessary for survival. The ancient dreadnoughts won't say what the Emperor told them, because the price of revelation is too high, because truth serves no purpose when lies are all that hold civilization together, because sometimes the greatest loyalty is knowing when to stay silent. They are the last guardians of a dying truth, watching over knowledge that must die with them, ensuring that the Imperium's necessary fictions remain unchallenged by the uncomfortable facts they carry. In the darkness of their sepulchres, in the void of their long sleep, the ancient dreadnoughts keep their secrets, and the Imperium survives. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the silent guardians of the Imperium's darkest truths, please hit that like button and subscribe for more Warhammer 40k lore. The ancient warriors of the Adeptus Astartes have many more secrets, and will continue exploring the hidden corners of the 41st millennium together. Thanks for watching, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, Sometimes silence is the highest form of service. What happens when Dark Eldar capture a dreadnought in Warhammer 40k? In the grim darkness of the far future, there are fates worse than death, much worse. And for a Space Marine dreadnought, those fates begin the moment they fall into the hands of the Dark Eldar. Imagine, if you will, that you are a warrior who has already died once. Your body was shattered beyond all recognition in some forgotten battle, reduced to little more than a torso and a head suspended in amniotic fluid. The apothecaries of your chapter salvaged what they could, sealing your broken form inside a walking tomb of adamantium and ceramite. You became a dreadnought, trading the mortality of flesh for an existence measured in centuries of endless warfare and dreamless sleep. It's a half-life at best, but it's service to the Emperor, and service is all you've ever known. Now imagine that your dreadnought chassis lies disabled on some distant battlefield, its systems failing, your connection to the war machine growing dim. You watch through failing optics as Xenos warriors approach, their movements too quick, too precise. They're not here to destroy you, they're here to take you. And in that moment, as alien hands begin working on your hull with tools that shouldn't exist, you realize something that fills you with a horror greater than any you've known in centuries of war. Your nightmare is just beginning. This is the reality that awaits any dreadnought unfortunate enough to be captured by the Drukhari, the Dark Eldar of Komorrach. And what happens next makes death seem like a mercy you'll spend eternity begging for. The Dark Eldar, or Drukhari as they call themselves, are a race born from the ashes of catastrophe. 10,000 years ago, the ancient Elder Empire collapsed in an event so terrible that it literally tore a hole in reality itself. The excessive pleasures and dark pursuits of the Elder had grown so extreme, so utterly depraved, that they birthed a chaos god from the collective psychic echoes of their civilization. Slaanesh, the Prince of Pleasure, came screaming into existence, and in that moment of birth, consumed the souls of trillions of Eldar across the galaxy. But some survived. Those who had already fled to the webway, that labyrinthine network of tunnels between real space and the warp, found themselves beyond Slaanesh's immediate grasp. These refugees gathered in Komorrach, the greatest of the webway's port cities, and there they discovered a terrible truth. Even in this sanctuary, Slaanesh was slowly draining their souls. Every moment of their existence, the Dark Prince was feeding on their essence, drawing them inexorably toward an eternity of torment in the warp. The Eldar of Komorrach could have chosen different paths. They could have embraced the discipline and sacrifice of their Craftworld cousins, learning to contain their souls in spirit stones. They could have rejected their old ways entirely, as the Exodites did. But the denizens of Komorrach chose a third option, one that would define them for the next 10 millennia. They discovered that by inflicting suffering on others, by feeding on the pain and terror of lesser beings, they could sustain themselves. They could replenish what Slaanesh was stealing, staving off damnation for another day, another year, another century. And so the Dark Eldar were born, a civilization that had elevated torture to an art form, slavery to an economic system, and suffering to a currency more valuable than any material wealth. From their hidden city in the webway, they launched lightning raids on the worlds of real space, striking without warning through dimensional portals that can open anywhere, at any time. They come for slaves primarily, for living beings whose pain can sustain them, but they also come for sport, for the sheer exhilaration of the hunt. And sometimes, they come for prizes. A Space Marine dreadnought is perhaps the greatest prize they could claim. To understand why, you need to understand what the Dark Eldar crave above all else: new experiences in suffering. They've been perfecting the art of torture for 10,000 years. They've inflicted every conceivable form of agony on every species in the galaxy. Human victims scream much as they always have. Orc physiology limits the complexity of their pain responses. Tau are interesting but ultimately predictable. But a Space Marine, and especially a dreadnought, that's something special. The Dark Eldar don't raid for simple pleasure, though pleasure is certainly part of it. They raid because they must. Every day they don't feed on suffering is a day closer to the moment when Slaanesh will finally claim them. It's biological necessity twisted into sadistic art. Their entire civilization depends on a constant supply of victims. And the arenas of Komorragh, the torture chambers of the Homunculi, the private collections of the Archons, they all hunger for fresh subjects. The slave markets of the Dark City trade in sentient beings the way other civilizations trade in grain or ore, and business is always good. But in this economy of agony, not all victims are created equal. A space marine represents months, perhaps even years of entertainment. Their enhanced physiology, designed to help them survive the most extreme combat conditions, means they can endure far more than any normal human before their bodies finally give out. Their mental conditioning, the hypno-indoctrination and psycho-conditioning that makes them the Emperor's finest warriors, means they resist mental breaking far longer than civilians. They're the ultimate challenge for a Dark Elder torturer, the canvas on which the most elaborate works of suffering can be painted. And a dreadnought. A dreadnought is a space marine who has already been broken once, who has survived injuries that would kill even their enhanced brethren, and who has been given a second life in a walking war machine. Inside that armored sarcophagus is a warrior with centuries of experience, tactical knowledge that could fill libraries, and a will that has already proven unbreakable. To the Homunculi of Komorragh, those insane flesh sculptors who rule the covens beneath the Dark City, a dreadnought isn't just a prize. It's the masterpiece they've been waiting for their entire existence to create. The question isn't whether the Dark Eldar would want to capture a dreadnought. The question is, what happens when they succeed? Before we can understand the horror that awaits a captured dreadnought, we need to understand what a dreadnought truly is. Because contrary to what many Imperial citizens believe, a dreadnought is not simply a large suit of armor or a robot. It's something far more complex and far more tragic. A dreadnought begins with a space marine who has been mortally wounded in battle. Not killed outright, that would be too clean, too final, but injured so severely that even the legendary regenerative capabilities of Astartes' physiology cannot save them. We're talking about injuries that would vaporize a normal human, wounds that leave the marine with perhaps a torso, maybe parts of their limbs, and a head that still contains a functioning brain. The kind of damage that means they'll be dead within minutes or hours at most, no matter how many organs their enhanced biology can do without. When such a warrior is found on the battlefield, the chapter faces a choice. They can grant them the Emperor's peace, a quick death that allows their gene seed to be recovered and their service to be honored. Or, if the marine in question is deemed valuable enough, if they possess tactical knowledge or experience that the chapter cannot afford to lose, they can offer them what is framed as the highest honor a space marine can receive: internment within a dreadnought. The process of creating a dreadnought is not for the faint of heart. It begins with the apothecaries and tech marines stripping away everything that isn't absolutely necessary for life. Arms, legs, much of the torso, anything too damaged or unnecessary is removed. What remains is reduced to its most essential components: the brain, the spinal column, some critical organs, and whatever flesh is needed to keep those organs functioning. This biological core is then hardwired into a sarcophagus, an armored life support system that will keep the marine alive indefinitely. The sarcophagus is filled with amniotic fluid, a thick oil-like substance that sustains the body, fills the lungs, and maintains the temperature at just above freezing. The cold slows everything down, preserving what little flesh remains while the machine does the work of living. Neural interfaces, called mind impulse units, are surgically implanted directly into the brain and spinal cord, creating a connection between the marine's consciousness and the dreadnought systems that is so complete, so total, that the line between man and machine becomes almost impossible to distinguish. When the process is complete, this sarcophagus is installed into the chest cavity of a dreadnought chassis, a walking war machine that stands 3 to 4 times the height of a man and weighs several tons. The chassis is equipped with weapons that would normally require a crew to operate, power sources that could run a small city, and armor thick enough to withstand direct hits from anti-tank weapons. Through the Mind Impulse unit, the entombed Marine can control all of this as if it were their own body, moving with surprising agility despite the dreadnought's massive size. To the outside observer, a dreadnought is an awe-inspiring sight. It strides across the battlefield with purpose and power, its weapons speaking death to the enemies of the Emperor, its mere presence inspiring nearby Space Marines to greater acts of valor. It's easy to see why the Imperium frames internment as an honor, as a way for a hero to continue their service beyond the normal limits of mortality. But the reality inside the sarcophagus is very different. Imagine being reduced to a brain in a jar, stripped of every physical sensation you once knew. You can't feel the ground beneath your feet because you have no feet. You can't feel the weight of a weapon in your hands because you have no hands. You can't feel the rush of air in your lungs because your lungs are filled with cold fluid. Every sense you once had has been replaced by mechanical approximations, data feeds, and sensor readouts that your brain struggles to interpret as reality. The Mind Impulse unit allows you to move the dreadnought's limbs, but it's not the same as moving your own body. It's more like operating a vehicle, except the vehicle is supposed to be you, and you can't ever get out. The psychological toll of this existence cannot be overstated. Many newly interred dreadnoughts go through a period of extreme disorientation and distress as they struggle to accept their new reality. Some rage against their confinement, their fury only barely contained by the restraints and neural limiters built into their sarcophagi. Others fall into deep depressions, spending their first few awakenings in near catatonic states. A few, a very unlucky few, simply go mad, their minds unable to reconcile the disconnect between what they once were and what they've become. The chapter deals with this by keeping dreadnoughts in stasis between battles. When not needed, the sarcophagus is sealed in a stasis vault deep within the chapter's fortress monastery, where the Marine inside is placed in a state of suspended animation. They don't dream in stasis. They don't think or feel or experience the passage of time. They simply cease to exist in any meaningful sense until the chapter awakens them for battle or to seek their counsel. This might seem like a mercy, but it comes with its own horror. Every time a dreadnought awakens, they find that decades or even centuries have passed. The world they knew is gone. Their battle brothers are long dead. The enemies they once fought have been replaced by new threats. Even the chapter itself may have changed beyond recognition, new traditions replacing old ones, new heroes taking the place of those the dreadnought once served alongside. They are strangers in their own chapter, living relics from a time that no longer exists. And slowly, inexorably, the dreadnought begins to lose themselves. The extended periods in stasis, the neural stress of interfacing with the machine, the sheer psychological weight of existence spanning centuries, all of it takes a toll on the mind. Memories fade, emotions dull. The personality that once defined the Marine begins to erode, worn away like stone underwater, until what remains is more machine than man. Some dreadnoughts last millennia before this final dissolution occurs. Others lose themselves much faster, but all of them, eventually, reach a point where the person they once were is gone, leaving only the dreadnought, still functioning, still fighting, but hollow. This is what the chapter doesn't tell newly interred Marines. They speak of honor and continued service, of the privilege of fighting for the Emperor for centuries to come. They don't mention the isolation, the slow loss of identity, the way each awakening takes you further from everything you once knew. They can't, because if they did, no Marine would choose internment. They would choose death instead, the clean finality of it, over an existence that is neither truly living nor truly dying. And yet, despite all of this, despite the horror of existence as a dreadnought, there are moments when it is worthwhile. Moments when the Marine within remembers why they chose this path, or had it chosen for them. When they stride into battle alongside their brothers, when their weapons turn the tide of a desperate fight, when their centuries of experience allows them to see a solution that no one else could have found. In those moments, purpose returns. In those moments, the dreadnought remembers what it means to serve. But what happens when those moments are taken away? What happens when the dreadnought falls not in glorious battle, not fighting to the last against impossible odds, but helpless, disabled, and at the mercy of an enemy that knows exactly what kind of prize they've found? That's when the true horror begins. The capture of a dreadnought by Dark Eldar is not a common occurrence, but it's not unheard of either. The Drukhari have been raiding real space for 10,000 years, and in that time, they've refined their tactics to an art form. They know what they're looking for, and more importantly, they know how to take it. Dark Eldar raids follow a predictable pattern. They strike from the webway, dimensional portals opening without warning in the midst of populated areas, military installations, or battlefields. The raiders pour through on their anti-gravity skimmers, raiders and venoms, carrying squads of Kabbalite warriors, Wyches, and sometimes the dreaded grotesques and pain engines of the homunculi covens. They move with inhuman speed, their reflexes enhanced by the combat drugs that flow through their veins and the pure adrenaline rush of the hunt. The objective is never to fight a prolonged engagement. Dark Eldar are fragile compared to many of the galaxy's warrior races. Their bodies, for all their speed and grace, lack the durability of orcs, the armor of space marines, or even the numbers of Imperial Guard. They compensate for this with speed, surprise, and overwhelming initial violence. They hit hard, they hit fast, and they're gone before any organized resistance can form. Those they want dead are killed with brutal efficiency. Those they want alive are paralyzed with specialized toxins, wrapped in cocoons of webbing, or simply grabbed by the torture devices built into their vehicles and dragged screaming back through the portal. But capturing a dreadnought requires a different approach. You can't just shoot it with a splinter rifle and hope the poison works. The Marine inside is protected by feet of adamantium and ceramite, sealed in an environment suit that makes them immune to biological and chemical weapons. You can't overpower it physically, not without risking damage to the sarcophagus inside, which would ruin the prize. And you can't take your time, because dreadnoughts, even when alone, are among the most dangerous weapons in the Space Marine arsenal. Left to its own devices, a functioning dreadnought can hold off an entire raiding party long enough for reinforcements to arrive. So the Dark Eldar have developed specific tools and tactics for dealing with armored vehicles and war machines. Chief among these are haywire weapons, esoteric devices that emit pulses of electromagnetic energy designed to disrupt and disable mechanical systems. A haywire bomb going off near a dreadnought sends cascading pulses through its systems, shorting out servo motors, disrupting power conduits, and most critically, severing the neural connections between the sarcophagus and the chassis. For the Marine inside, this is a moment of sudden, complete helplessness. One moment, they're fighting, their weapons speaking thunder, their massive form crushing enemies beneath its feet. The next, everything goes dark. The connection to the dreadnought's limbs is severed. The weapon systems go offline. The optical feeds cut out. They're trapped inside their sarcophagus, blind, paralyzed, and utterly at the mercy of whatever's outside. This is the moment the Dark Eldar have been waiting for. Specialized salvage teams move in, warriors trained in the techno-arcana necessary to extract high-value prizes intact. They work quickly, attaching grappler claws to the disabled dreadnought, hooking it up to the anti-gravity systems of their transport vehicles. The whole process takes mere minutes. By the time any Space Marine reinforcements arrive, all they find is scorch marks and the tracks where their ancient brother was dragged away. The journey back to the webway portal is perhaps the last chance for escape, but it's a slim chance at best. The Marine inside the sarcophagus is fully conscious, but completely unable to affect what's happening. They can hear the sounds of the battlefield growing distant, replaced by the alien sounds of Dark Eldar technology and speech. They might feel the lurch as their entire chassis is lifted onto a transport platform. They definitely feel the moment when they're dragged through the portal into the webway itself, a sensation that survivors describe as being turned inside out, while simultaneously being in too many places at once. And then they're gone from real space entirely, pulled into a dimension where the laws of physics operate differently, where the light has a strange quality that doesn't quite match reality, where the very air seems to whisper with echoes of ancient atrocities. The journey through the webway to Komarach can take hours or days depending on the route, time that the imprisoned marine spends in total darkness, unable to do anything but wait and wonder what fate awaits them. There have been historical examples of dreadnoughts falling into enemy hands, though records are understandably sparse and often classified by the chapters involved. The Salamanders chapter, for instance, has fought multiple battles specifically to recover captured battle brothers from the Dark Eldar, including the famous assault on Komarach itself when an entire strike cruiser was captured and dragged into the Dark City. While that particular incident ended with the Salamanders successfully raiding Komarach to recover their brothers, not every such mission succeeds. Some dreadnoughts are lost forever, their fate unknown to their chapters, their final days spent in the torture chambers of the Dark City. The Imperium's response to such captures is telling. Standard protocol for when a dreadnought is captured by Xenos is to immediately dispatch recovery teams if at all possible. If recovery is not feasible within a limited time frame, the chapter is supposed to declare the dreadnought lost and perform rites of mourning for the fallen hero. In practice, many chapters refuse to give up so easily. They will hunt for years, sometimes decades, following every scrap of intelligence, every whisper of where their lost brother might be, hoping against hope that they can find and recover them before it's too late. It's almost always too late. The webway is a place that defies easy description. It's not quite the warp, though it exists in the spaces between real space and that chaotic dimension. It's not quite a physical location, though you can walk through it and travel its passages. The ancient Eldar created it as a network of tunnels that would allow them to traverse the galaxy without exposing themselves to the predations of the warp, and it served that purpose well for millions of years. But like everything else the Eldar touched, it has become twisted and dangerous in the ages since their empire's fall. For a captured dreadnought being transported through the webway toward Komarach, the journey is a sensory nightmare. Even with their external sensors disabled, the sarcophagus itself picks up emanations from outside, strange lights that seem to penetrate the armor, sounds that shouldn't be able to reach them, and worst of all, a sense of wrongness, of being in a place that was never meant to contain them, that their very presence violates in some fundamental way. The Dark Eldar transport moves quickly through passages that twist and turn in ways that make no geometric sense. The raiders might take shortcuts through sub-dimensions where hours pass in minutes, or they might deliberately take longer routes to avoid territories claimed by their rivals in the Dark City. The webway is not safe, even for its primary inhabitants. Demons lurk in broken sections, waiting to ambush the unwary. Craftworld Eldar sometimes patrol certain passages, attacking Dark Eldar on sight. And there are things in the deep webway, entities that predate even the Eldar's ancient civilization, things that hunger for any soul foolish enough to wander into their domain. But for all its dangers, the webway is also the Dark Eldar's greatest advantage. From Komarach, they can reach almost anywhere in the galaxy through the network of portals and passages. They can raid a world on the Eastern Fringe, retreat back to the Dark City, and be raiding another world in the Ultima Segmentum before Imperial authorities even know the first attack happened. This mobility, combined with their speed and the element of surprise, makes them almost impossible to defend against and even harder to retaliate against. How do you launch a counterstrike against an enemy whose city exists in a dimension you can't reach? As the captured dreadnought's journey continues, they begin to notice changes. The quality of the darkness shifts. The sounds of the webway itself, that strange whisper song that seems to emanate from the very walls, grows louder and more complex. And then, finally, they feel it. The presence of Komaruk itself. A weight on their consciousness that grows stronger with every passing moment, like approaching a black hole made of suffering and malice. The first glimpses of Komaruk, even for a dreadnought with disabled visual sensors, are unforgettable. The dark city announces itself through every sense at once. The temperature drops precipitously as the raiders enter the outer districts, the cold so profound it seems to leach warmth from the very soul. The air, even filtered through the sarcophagus's life support, carries scents that should not exist. Burning flesh mixed with exotic perfumes, ozone from ancient power systems, and underneath it all, the copper-iron stench of blood so old and so abundant, it's become part of the atmosphere. Komaruk is not one city, but thousands, an impossible metropolis that defies every law of architecture and physics. Spires rise higher than mountains, their tops lost in the perpetual twilight that passes for sky in this realm. Buildings hang from the underside of floating platforms, their lights casting strange shadows in directions light should not fall. Streets twist at angles that hurt to look at, creating shortcuts through space itself that allow travel from one district to another with a single step through a dimensional gateway. The entire city is lit by the Ilmea, the black suns, dying stars that the ancient Eldar captured at the height of their technological prowess and installed within sub-realms of the webway to provide light and power to Komaruk. But these are not the warm, life-giving stars of real space. They're red giants, on the verge of collapse, their light a sickly crimson that bathes everything in a color reminiscent of blood. In this light, the spires of Komaruk cast shadows that seem alive, that move independently of the structures that create them. And in those shadows, things lurk that even the Dark Elder fear. The architecture itself is deliberately hostile, designed not for comfort or efficiency, but to instill awe and terror in equal measure. Every surface is decorated with scenes of torture and debauchery, carved into the stonework or projected as hololithic displays. Gargoyles that might or might not be alive leer from buttresses. Chains hang from every overhang, sometimes empty, sometimes bearing cages containing still living prisoners who are displayed as decoration. And everywhere there are spikes, on walls, on doors, on the vehicles that flow through the air lanes, each one bearing the unmistakable stains of use. As the raiding party approaches the district where they will deliver their prize, the dreadnought might catch glimpses through brief activations of external sensors. They see platforms where gladiatorial games are in progress, the arenas packed with screaming crowds as slaves fight for the entertainment of the masses. They see market squares where beings of every species are bought and sold like cattle, their cries lost in the cacophony of haggling and cruel laughter. They see the high spires where the Archons dwell, those who rule the cabals and command the raiding fleets, each spire a fortress and palace combined, each one competing to outdo the others in displays of wealth and power. And then, as the transport begins to descend toward the lower levels, toward the foundational layers, where the oldest and darkest parts of Komaruk exist, the dreadnought realizes where they're being taken. Down to the subterranean districts, down to where the Homunculi dwell. The Homunculi covens occupy territories deep beneath the Dark City proper, in vast cavern systems that predate Komaruk itself. These are the mad scientists of Dark Eldar society, the flesh sculptors whose skills are necessary for the survival of their species, but whose presence is disturbing even to other Dark Elder. They've been practicing their art for 10,000 years, and in that time, they've achieved a mastery of biology and pain that would be impressive if it weren't so utterly horrifying. A homunculus is ancient beyond measure. Most are survivors from before the fall, having extended their lives through countless regenerations and modifications to their own bodies. They no longer resemble the Elder they once were. Their forms are twisted, elongated, decorated with additional limbs and organs harvested from other species or grown in their laboratories. They wear masks of iron and bronze, though whether these are truly masks or have been grafted directly onto their faces is anyone's guess. Some have replaced their hands with surgical implements, choosing to make themselves living tools of their craft. The process of becoming a homunculus is not something anyone fully understands, least of all other Dark Eldar. Some were torture technicians in the old Eldar Empire, practicing their art even before the fall made it a necessity. Others are Dark Eldar who, after millennia of life, find that they've grown bored with everything except the science of suffering and choose to join a coven to learn its secrets. The transformation, whatever it entails, changes them fundamentally. They lose what little empathy Dark Eldar possess, becoming beings who view all other creatures purely as raw materials for their experiments. To understand why a dreadnought is such a prize for a homunculus, you need to understand what drives these creatures. It's not just sadism, though that's certainly part of it. The homunculi are artists, in their own twisted way. They see flesh as a canvas, pain as a pigment, and suffering as the brushstroke that creates their masterpieces. They're scientists too, constantly pushing the boundaries of what's possible, discovering new ways to modify bodies, new methods to extract and prolong agony, new techniques to deny death its ultimate victory. A space marine represents a unique challenge. Their enhanced physiology, the results of genetic modification and surgical implantation that begins when they're recruited as children, makes them resistant to many forms of torture that would quickly break a normal human. Their extra organs, their enhanced bone structure, their ability to enter suspended animation or shut down pain responses through sheer mental discipline, all of these create obstacles that a homunculus must overcome. It's like trying to sculpt with adamantium instead of clay. Difficult, certainly, but when successful, the results are so much more impressive. A dreadnought takes this challenge to another level entirely. Here is a space marine who has already survived what should have been fatal injuries, whose will has already proven strong enough to endure internment in a walking tomb, whose mind has potentially survived for centuries or even millennia. They're a puzzle box of suffering, each layer more complex than the last, and solving that puzzle, breaking that will, extracting secrets from that ancient mind. That's the kind of challenge that would make a homunculus abandon every other project they're working on. The covens themselves are organized communities, though the word community barely applies to beings this solipsistic and cruel. Each coven occupies a domain, a territory that includes laboratories, torture chambers, regeneration vaults, and storage areas for raw materials. Some of these domains are labyrinths of mirrors, where nothing is quite as it seems. Others are spiral pits, with narrow walkways over drops that descend into darkness. A few are even constructed from living flesh, entire structures grown from the bodies of slaves, kept alive and aware as their forms are shaped into walls and floors and ceilings. Within these domains, the homunculi practice their art. They create new life through vat-grown technology, accelerating embryos to full growth in months rather than years. They modify their servants, the racks, transforming Dark Eldar volunteers into something stronger, more resilient, and utterly loyal to their masters. They build pain engines, semi-sentient constructs of flesh and metal that serve as both guardians and mobile torture chambers. And they experiment, constantly, on the endless stream of slaves that flow into their laboratories from the markets above. The tools of a homunculus are varied and horrifying. Some are recognizable as surgical instruments, scalpels and saws and clamps, though the purposes they serve are far from medical. Others are more esoteric, devices that stimulate specific nerve clusters, machines that can extend a moment of pain over subjective hours, drugs that enhance consciousness while removing the body's ability to enter shock. There are tools that can keep a subject alive indefinitely, sustaining their body through artificial means even as it's systematically disassembled. And there are tools that work on the mind, that can extract memories, alter perceptions, or simply drive the subject into carefully calibrated states of madness. For the Dark Eldar as a species, the homunculi provide essential services. They're the ones who regenerate fallen warriors, regrowing bodies from preserved tissue samples. They're the ones who create new Dark Eldar through vat growth technology, since natural birth among their kind is extremely rare. They're the ones who provide the exotic body modifications that Archons and their favored warriors desire, adding new limbs, enhancing reflexes, or grafting weapons directly onto bodies. In return, the homunculi demand payment, usually in slaves, sometimes in favors, and always in the freedom to pursue their research without interference. A cabal that captures a dreadnought would almost certainly bring it to a homunculus, partly because extracting the marine from the sarcophagus requires technical expertise that few others possess, but mostly because the homunculus would pay handsomely for such a prize. The exchange might involve years of regeneration services for the cabal's warriors, a discount on pain engines for their fleet, or simply a massive payment in slaves that the cabal can then sell or use as they see fit. For the homunculus, no price is too high for a specimen this rare and valuable. And once the dreadnought is delivered to the homunculus's domain, once it's sealed in one of those subterranean laboratories where screams echo for eternity and nothing ever truly dies, the real horror begins. The first challenge a homunculus faces when presented with a captured dreadnought is technical. The sarcophagus that holds the Space Marine is a marvel of imperial engineering, constructed by tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus and protected by layers of security measures, encryption, and mechanical safeguards. It's designed to withstand battlefield damage, to remain sealed even if the dreadnought chassis is destroyed, and most importantly, to prevent anyone from accessing the Marine inside without proper authorization. Under normal circumstances, attempting to open a dreadnought sarcophagus without the correct access codes and tools would be nearly impossible. The Adeptus Mechanicus guards its secrets jealously, and the rituals involved in properly unsealing a sarcophagus are known to only a handful of tech priests. There are mechanical locks that require specific tools to manipulate, digital security systems that will trigger self-destruct protocols if tampered with incorrectly, and in some cases, purity seals blessed by chaplains that are believed to provide spiritual protection against corruption. But the homunculi are not trying to work within imperial protocols. They don't care about preserving the sarcophagus intact or maintaining the purity of the machine spirit. They have tools and knowledge that predate the Imperium by millennia, technology from the height of the Eldar Empire when they were the galaxy's dominant power, and they're patient. For beings who have lived for 10,000 years, spending weeks or even months carefully dismantling the protective layers of a dreadnought is nothing. The process begins with study. The captured dreadnought is secured in a specialized chamber, held in place by stasis fields and gravitational clamps that prevent any possibility of movement, even if its systems somehow came back online. Homunculus coven members and their rack servants swarm over it, like insects over a corpse, scanning it with devices that can see through layers of armor, mapping its internal structure, identifying power conduits and control systems, and, most critically, locating the exact position of the sarcophagus within the chassis. For the Marine inside, this is a period of mounting dread. They're still conscious, still aware, though the haywire blast that disabled their dreadnought may have disrupted some of their higher cognitive functions. They can feel vibrations through the hull as tools are applied to their exterior. They might catch fragments of sound, alien voices discussing them in a language they can't understand, and they absolutely know what's happening. Every Space Marine is taught about the Xenos threats of the galaxy, and the Dark Eldar feature prominently in those lessons. They know where they are. They know what awaits them. Some Marines try to activate the self-destruct sequences that many dreadnought chassis possess, systems designed to prevent the enemy from capturing valuable Imperial technology. But the haywire pulse that disabled the dreadnought has usually taken these systems offline as well, and even if they're accessible, the Marine might hesitate. Not out of fear for themselves. Space Marines are conditioned to face death with courage, but out of fear of what knowledge might be lost. Inside their head is centuries of tactical experience, information about their chapter's defenses and battle doctrines, and sometimes, in the case of very old dreadnoughts, historical knowledge that exists nowhere else. To destroy that, even to prevent it falling into enemy hands, requires a choice that few can make easily. And while they're hesitating, while they're trying to decide whether death is preferable to whatever comes next, the homunculi are working. They've identified the weakest points in the sarcophagus's armor, the places where access panels exist for maintenance, or where the seals between the sarcophagus and the chassis are thinnest. They begin cutting through these points with tools that don't rely on heat or physical force, but instead manipulate matter at the molecular level, weapons that were old when humanity first discovered fire. The breakthrough, when it comes, is both relief and terror for the imprisoned Marine. Relief because the waiting is over, because uncertainty is replaced by the horrible certainty of what's about to happen. Terror because that first breach in their containment, that first whisper of outside air that doesn't belong in their sealed environment, means they're no longer protected. The amniotic fluid that has sustained them begins to leak out, replaced by the air of Komorach itself, and that air carries with it scents that no Space Marine ever wants to smell: blood and fear and things that have no name. The homunculi work with methodical precision now, carefully expanding the breach, installing their own devices to stabilize the sarcophagus's life support systems before they remove too much of the original equipment. They don't want the Marine to die. Not yet. Not when there's so much more they can do with a living subject. Every connection is carefully noted and replicated. Every tube that carried nutrients or removed waste is replaced with their own equivalents. Every neural interface is mapped before it's disconnected. They're not opening the sarcophagus. They're learning how it works, reverse engineering imperial technology that will prove useful in future experiments. And then, finally, the moment arrives. The sarcophagus is opened. The Marine, reduced to little more than a torso and head floating in rapidly draining amniotic fluid, is exposed to open air for the first time in decades or centuries. The cold of the homunculus laboratory hits them like a physical blow. The lights, the horrible red lights of Komorach's illumination, burn through eyelids that may not have opened in longer than they can remember. And the sounds of the laboratory, screams from other chambers mixing with the hum of dark technology, and the wet, organic sounds of flesh being modified, all of it crashes over them at once. This is the moment of ultimate helplessness. The Marine is still alive, still conscious, still themselves in every way that matters. But they're utterly powerless. They have no limbs to fight with. They can't even move their head effectively, suspended as they are in the restraints of the sarcophagus. They're completely dependent on artificial life support for every breath, every heartbeat. They're exactly what they've been for however long they've been a dreadnought. But now that vulnerability is exposed, naked before beings whose entire existence revolves around exploiting such vulnerability. The homunculus leans in close, examining their new prize with eyes that have seen 10,000 years of suffering and remained unsated. They might speak, though the Marine probably doesn't understand the Eldar tongue. But understanding isn't necessary. The intent is clear in every gesture, every preparatory movement, every tool selected from the vast array available. The homunculus is an artist about to begin their masterpiece, and the canvas is screaming. The laboratories of a homunculus are designed to be functional spaces, purpose-built for the practice of their art. But they're also designed to break the mind as efficiently as they break the body. The chamber where a captured dreadnought would find themselves is engineered to assault every sense, to make the victim understand that they are in a place where the normal rules of reality no longer apply, where hope is not just absent, but actively punished. The architecture itself is aggressive. The ceiling might be uncomfortably low in some areas, forcing a sense of confinement. then suddenly vault upward into darkness, where things move that might be servants or might be previous subjects, transformed beyond recognition. The walls are never quite vertical, always angled just slightly wrong to create a subliminal unease. And the surfaces are decorated with frescoes depicting scenes of torture so intricate, so detailed, that they must have been created by someone who had witnessed or performed every act depicted. The lighting is carefully controlled. The red illumination from Komorog's black suns is supplemented by other sources: bioluminescent growths that pulse with irregular rhythms, crystalline structures that glow with their own internal light, and occasionally cages of burning gas that cast dancing shadows across the room. No light source is quite steady. All of them flicker or pulse or shift in intensity, creating an environment where the eye can never quite focus, where shapes at the edge of vision might be real or might be illusions conjured by an exhausted mind. Sound is omnipresent. The laboratory echoes with screams, some near, some distant, all of them indicating that what's happening to the Marine is happening to others as well, has been happening for longer than they can imagine, will continue long after they're gone. But it's not just screams. There's music too. Strange melodies played on instruments that seem to produce notes that shouldn't exist. Songs that work their way into the mind and refuse to leave. And underneath it all, a subsonic rumble, barely perceptible, but constant. A vibration that some believe is the sound of Komorok itself. The city breathing, living, feeding on the suffering of all who dwell within it. The tools of the homunculus are arranged on racks that surround the central workspace where the Marine has been positioned. Some of these tools are recognizable: scalpels and saws and needles, though their proportions are wrong and their edges catch the light in ways that suggest they're sharper than any blade should be. Others are completely alien, devices whose function can only be guessed at from the screams they produce when applied to flesh. And some appear to be living things, semi-organic constructs that writhe with their own motion, eager to be employed. The homunculus begins with assessment. They need to understand the full extent of their canvas before they can begin to work. This means examining every remaining part of the Marine's body, testing nerve responses, measuring pain thresholds, documenting the baseline from which all future modifications and tortures will be measured. For a Space Marine, this process is uniquely horrible, because their enhanced physiology means they can't simply retreat into shock. Their bodies are designed to keep them conscious and aware through injuries that would kill a normal human. That same adaptation now works against them, keeping them alert and present for every moment of what's being done to them. The psychological component of the torture begins immediately. Homunculi are masters of the mind as well as the body. They understand that breaking a Space Marine requires more than just physical pain. You have to attack the foundations of their identity, the things that make them who they are, the beliefs and loyalties that have sustained them through centuries of war. A homunculus will often begin by simply talking to their subject, asking questions about their chapter, their battles, their beliefs in the Emperor, not because they care about the answers, but because they want the Marine to hear themselves speak, to recognize how weak their voice sounds, how small they are in this place. If the Marine tries to resist, if they respond with defiance or oaths of loyalty, the homunculus will demonstrate just how little such things matter here. A small application of pain, carefully calibrated and precisely delivered, not enough to cause real damage, but more than enough to make the point. You're in a place where your conditioning means nothing, where your loyalty changes nothing, where your willpower is just another resource to be exhausted and consumed. The actual torture takes many forms, limited only by the homunculus's creativity and their desire to make the experience last. Some methods are classical: the systematic flaying of skin, the careful breaking of bones, the introduction of foreign substances into the body to cause pain from within. Space Marines can survive injuries that would kill normal humans, which means a homunculus can inflict much more damage before approaching the threshold where the subject might die. They can remove organs that the Marine has backups for, can break bones knowing they'll heal, can inflict wounds that would be fatal to others, but are merely agonizing to an Astartes. Other methods are more esoteric. The homunculi have devices that can stimulate specific nerve clusters, creating pain that has no source, that the mind perceives as coming from body parts that no longer exist. They have drugs that heighten every sensation to unbearable levels, that stretch subjective time so that a minute of torture feels like hours, that prevent the mind from escaping through unconsciousness no matter how much the body begs for that release. They have techniques that work on the mind directly, extracting memories and forcing the Marine to relive them, editing those memories to make them horrific, creating doubt about what's real and what's been fabricated. The extraction of information is ongoing throughout all of this. The homunculus wants to know everything the Marine knows: tactical doctrines, defensive positions, the names and capabilities of their battle brothers, the location of their chapter's fortress monastery, the rituals and traditions that define their chapter's culture. Not because the Dark Elder plan to use this information for military purposes. They're raiders, not conquerors, and they don't care about the strategic disposition of Space Marine forces. They want the information because extracting it is another form of torture, another way to make the Marine betray everything they've sworn to protect. And here's the truly insidious part. Even if the Marine refuses to answer, the homunculus will eventually extract what they want. They have devices that can read thoughts, technology that can interpret the firing patterns of neurons and reconstruct memories from brain activity. The Marine's silence accomplishes nothing except to draw out their suffering, to make the process take longer, to ensure that when the information is finally taken, they've endured so much that the betrayal feels almost welcome, a surrender that brings temporary relief from the relentless assault. For a Space Marine, beings who have been conditioned since childhood to endure pain, whose psycho-indoctrination is designed to make them resistant to torture, this is a special kind of horror. Their training tells them that they can endure, that pain is temporary and faith is eternal, that no matter what's done to their body, their soul belongs to the Emperor. But the homunculi have been breaking strong-willed beings for 10,000 years. They know every technique the Imperium uses to condition its soldiers. They know how to work around it, through it, or simply outlast it. The duration of the torture varies. For some Marines, the initial breaking might take days or weeks as the homunculus systematically dismantles their resistance. For others, especially those who have already endured centuries as a dreadnought, who have spent so long in isolation that their grip on identity is already tenuous, the process might be faster. But regardless of how long it takes, the endpoint is always the same. The moment when the Marine stops being a warrior of the Emperor and becomes just another piece of raw material in the homunculus's laboratory. But death, that final mercy that every captured soldier hopes for, that doesn't come. Because the homunculi don't let their subjects die. They have techniques to sustain life indefinitely, to repair damage even as it's being inflicted, to bring subjects back from the very brink of death over and over again. For a Space Marine, whose enhanced physiology already makes them difficult to kill, this means their suffering can continue far longer than any normal humans would. The ultimate cruelty is this: a Space Marine's body is engineered to survive. That gift becomes a curse in the hands of the homunculi. What makes the fate of a captured dreadnought uniquely horrible, worse even than the torture inflicted on regular Space Marines, is the way the Marines' own enhanced physiology becomes their greatest enemy. The modifications that once made them superhuman warriors, that allowed them to stride across battlefields like demigods of war, now serve only to prolong their suffering and make death an impossible dream. Consider the Laraman cells, specialized organs implanted in every Space Marine that secrete a substance to quickly seal wounds. In battle, this means a Space Marine can suffer injuries that would cause a normal human to bleed out in minutes and continue fighting. In the torture chambers of a homunculus, it means that wounds inflicted don't stay open long enough to cause blood loss that might lead to unconsciousness or death. The Marine's own body works against them, healing them just enough to keep them aware and suffering. The biscopea and osmold, organs that enhance muscle development and bone growth, mean that even the most severe physical damage heals relatively quickly. Bones that are broken will knit back together, sometimes incorrectly if the homunculus desires it, creating new angles of pain. Muscles that are torn or removed can regenerate, providing a renewable resource for a torturer who wants to experiment with the same subject repeatedly. The catalepsian node, which allows space marines to remain conscious even when parts of their brain are sleeping, becomes a nightmare when it prevents the marine from escaping their torment through true unconsciousness. Sleep, when it comes at all, is only partial, leaving part of the mind aware of what's happening even when they should be resting. There is no true respite, no moment of oblivion where the pain stops existing. Most cruelly, the Susan membrane, which can put a space marine into a state of suspended animation when grievously wounded, doesn't activate properly in the controlled environment of a homunculus laboratory. That organ requires specific triggers, usually massive trauma combined with certain environmental factors. A skilled homunculus knows how to inflict damage that's severe enough to be excruciating, but not severe enough to trigger the Susan response. The marine remains conscious, aware, present for every moment of their torment. The homunculi enhance these natural resiliences with their own techniques. They have regeneration vats where subjects can be submerged overnight, healing all damage but retaining the memories of how that damage was inflicted. They have drugs that accelerate healing while preventing the body from entering shock. They have neural stimulators that keep the brain active and aware, no matter how much the body is telling it to shut down. In the hands of a homunculus, a space marine's ability to survive becomes an endless loop of suffering, healing, and suffering again. But the physical torture, as terrible as it is, isn't the worst part. The homunculi understand that to truly break a space marine, you have to destroy what they are on a fundamental level: their identity as a warrior, their loyalty to their chapter and their emperor, their sense of purpose and meaning. All of these must be systematically dismantled until nothing remains but raw suffering, without context or hope. This psychological torture takes many forms. Sometimes it's as simple as forcing the marine to watch as other prisoners are tortured, making them complicit in suffering they can't prevent. The homunculus might bring in captured civilians, people the Marines chapter was supposed to protect, and torture them while explaining that this is happening because the Marine failed, because they allowed themselves to be captured, because their weakness has led directly to these innocents suffering. Other times, the approach is more insidious. The homunculus might offer the Marine choices, false choices that seem to provide some control, but actually just force them to participate in their own torment. Which limb should be removed first? Would you prefer pain that's intense but brief, or lesser pain that continues for hours? If you answer one question about your chapter, we'll stop for the day, but if you refuse, we'll continue indefinitely. Every choice is designed to make the Marine feel complicit, to erode the sense that they're simply a victim of circumstances beyond their control. The homunculi are also masters of manipulating time perception. They have drugs and techniques that can make minutes feel like hours, hours like days, days like years. A Marine might experience subjective decades of torture in what's actually only weeks of real time. When they're finally pulled out of that state, they find they can't tell what's real anymore. How long have they been here? Days? Centuries? Has anyone come looking for them, or have they been forgotten entirely? The uncertainty is itself a form of torture, one that breaks down the mental defenses that might otherwise allow them to endure. Memory manipulation is another tool in the homunculus arsenal. They can extract specific memories, force the Marine to relive them with modifications that make them traumatic. A memory of a victorious battle might be altered so that the Marine remembers their brothers dying due to their own failures in tactics. A memory of their original induction into the chapter might be edited to make them remember begging not to be chosen, pleading to be left alone, showing cowardice that they know they never displayed. These false memories are installed alongside the real ones, creating a confusion of identity. What did they really do? Who are they really? If they can't trust their own memories, what can they trust? Some homunculi take particular delight in breaking down the Marine's faith. They'll engage in philosophical debates, pointing out the logical inconsistencies in imperial theology, noting how the emperor's protection has utterly failed in this case. They'll describe in detail what will happen to the Marine's soul when they finally die, how Slanesh, or whatever warp entity is closest, will claim them because they died in a state of such suffering and despair. They'll suggest that the emperor never cared about them personally, that they were just a tool, and now that the tool is broken, they've been discarded and forgotten. And perhaps worst of all, they introduce the slow poison of hope repeatedly offered and then crushed. A homunculus might pause the torture for days or weeks, allowing the Marine to heal, giving them time to think maybe, just maybe, it's over. Then they resume with renewed vigor, or they might stage a fake rescue attempt, complete with sounds of battle and familiar voices calling for the Marine, only to reveal it was all an elaborate illusion designed to make the subsequent return to torture even more crushing. Every time hope rises, it's specifically so the homunculus can destroy it again, teaching the Marine that hope itself is just another form of suffering. The stretching of time, the manipulation of memory, the systematic destruction of identity, all of it serves a singular purpose: to make the Marine forget who they were, to reach a point where they can't remember being a warrior, can't recall the face of their chapter master, can't recite the oaths they've sworn thousands of times. When they reach that point, when the person they were has been erased and only suffering remains, only then does the homunculus consider the initial phase of their work complete. Because at that point, the real experimentation can begin. Once a Space Marine has been thoroughly broken, once their resistance has been overcome and their identity shattered, the homunculus faces a choice about what to do with their prize. A fully intact Space Marine body, even one as reduced as a dreadnought's occupant, represents raw material for a variety of projects. The fate of any individual Marine depends on the homunculus's current interests, their standing in their coven, and what favors or debts they owe to other Dark Eldar. One possibility is that the Marine becomes a permanent exhibition piece, a living trophy displayed in the homunculus's laboratory, or sold to a wealthy Archon's collection. In this scenario, the Marine is modified to ensure they survive indefinitely while remaining constantly aware of their situation. They might be partially flayed, their enhanced musculature and organs visible beneath transparent replacement skin, serving as both a demonstration of Astartes' physiology and a constant source of suffering. They might be suspended in a stasis field that prevents movement but doesn't prevent sensation, unable to do anything but experience their situation for years, or decades, or centuries at a stretch. These exhibition pieces are sometimes displayed in semi-public areas, places where other Dark Eldar can come to view them. Part of the appeal is educational, Dark Eldar warriors paying to learn about the physiology and weaknesses of the Imperium's finest soldiers. But mostly, it's entertainment, the chance to see a broken demigod, to mock something that was once so powerful. The Marine remains conscious through all of this, unable to respond, unable to die, just existing as a curiosity for beings who find their suffering amusing. Another common fate is conscription into the gladiatorial arenas. Komorragh has vast stadiums where combat for entertainment is a daily occurrence, and Space Marines, even broken and mutilated ones, are always popular attractions. The homunculus might sell the Marine to a witch cult, those gladiator warriors who rule the arenas, or they might lease them out for specific events. The Marine is given basic augmentations to ensure they survive the fights, but these augmentations are deliberately painful, a constant torment even between battles. In the arena, the Marine is forced to fight for the entertainment of crowds that number in the tens of thousands. Sometimes they fight other slaves, orcs, humans, tyrannid organisms captured and shipped in just for the occasion. Sometimes they fight dark Eldar warriors who want the prestige of defeating an Astartes in single combat. And sometimes, in the cruelest matches, they're forced to fight other captured space marines, brothers turned against brothers for the amusement of a species that has no concept of loyalty or honor. The conditioning required to make a space marine fight in the arena is extensive. Even broken, even tortured beyond what any being should endure, a space marine's indoctrination runs deep. They won't fight for their captors willingly, so the homunculi employ a combination of drugs, neural implants, and psychological programming to override their will. Pain compliance systems that activate if they refuse to fight. Stimulants that flood their system with artificial aggression. In the worst cases, personality overrides that temporarily suppress their consciousness entirely, leaving their body fighting on pure instinct and training, while their mind screams in the darkness. Some Marines last years in the arenas. Their enhanced physiology and combat training make them survivors, even in these hopeless circumstances. But survival in the arenas isn't mercy. Every fight is designed to injure but not kill, to provide maximum entertainment value while keeping the fighters alive for future matches. The Marine accumulates damage that their body struggles to heal, developing a kind of physical and psychological scarring that goes beyond what even Space Marine resilience can handle. Eventually, even the strongest break completely, reduced to something that barely remembers it was once human, much less a warrior of the Imperium. Perhaps the most horrifying fate is transformation into a grotesque. These are the homunculi's most successful experiments in flesh sculpting, beings that have been so extensively modified that they bear almost no resemblance to their original form. The process of creating a grotesque is extensive and varies depending on the homunculus's preferences, but it generally involves massive increases in size and strength, the addition of weapons grafted directly onto the body, and modifications to the brain that increase aggression while reducing higher cognitive function. For a Space Marine, becoming a grotesque is the final death of who they were. The process strips away everything that made them an individual, leaving only a creature of muscle and rage. They're used as enforcers by the homunculi, living weapons that protect laboratories and drag away subjects who become uncooperative. Sometimes they're leased to cabals as shock troops, their enhanced strength and durability making them effective in the front lines of raids. The Marine's consciousness, what little remains of it, is trapped inside this twisted body, aware on some level of what they've become, but unable to do anything except follow the imperatives that have been programmed into them. The truly insidious part of the grotesque fate is that it's sometimes offered as a reward, a release from the torture. The homunculus will explain that if the Marine cooperates, provides information, betrays their chapter, they'll be transformed into a grotesque and all the suffering will end. The thing they'll become won't remember being human. It won't feel guilt or shame or psychological pain. It'll just be a simple creature of violence. And isn't that better than the endless torture? Some Marines, after enough time in the laboratories, actually accept this offer, choose to betray everything they once stood for in exchange for the promise of oblivion. Another possibility is that the Marine simply becomes source material for other experiments. Homunculi are constantly working on new projects, developing new toxins, creating new types of pain engines, improving their regeneration techniques, all of which require test subjects. A Space Marine's enhanced biology makes them ideal for this research. Their organs can be harvested and studied, revealing insights into Imperial augmentation technology. Their blood can be analyzed for clues about gene seed modification. Their brains can be dissected to understand how their psycho-conditioning works. In this scenario, the Marine is slowly disassembled, piece by piece, each part used for a different experiment. The homunculus ensures they remain alive and conscious as long as possible during this process, both to gather data on pain responses and simply because keeping them aware is more interesting. The Marine watches as their own body is taken apart and distributed to various projects, their organs ending up in different storage units, their genetic material being cultured in vats, their consciousness eventually reduced to just a brain in a jar, still thinking, still aware, but utterly divorced from any possibility of action or escape. Some homunculi specialize in creating what they call living tapestries, art pieces made from the bodies of victims arranged in elaborate displays. A space marine might be incorporated into one of these, their flesh stretched and positioned to create a specific aesthetic effect. The homunculus might combine multiple subjects, weaving them together so that where one body ends and another begins becomes impossible to determine. These tapestries are considered high art in certain circles of Camorra, and successful pieces can bring the homunculus tremendous prestige and wealth. The psychological torture inherent in becoming a living tapestry is profound. The Marine is locked in position, unable to move, their body bent and shaped into forms that cause constant pain. They can see and hear, aware of others being added to the tapestry around them, aware of Dark Elder coming to view the artwork and discussing its aesthetic merits while completely ignoring the suffering of the beings that compose it. Time loses all meaning in this state. Days blend into years. The Marine's mind, desperate for stimulation, begins to fracture, creating elaborate internal worlds that are sometimes more terrifying than the reality they're trapped in. In rare cases, a homunculus might attempt to recreate the Space Marine's dreadnought, not to allow them to fight again, but to make a mockery of their former glory. They build a twisted parody of a dreadnought chassis, all spikes and blades and torture devices, and install the Marine's sarcophagus at its heart. But this new shell doesn't respond to the Marine's control. Instead, it's puppeteered by the homunculus or their servants, forcing the Marine to watch through their optical sensors as their body, or what passes for it, commits atrocities against other prisoners. The Marine is turned into a weapon against those they should protect, powerless to stop their own actions, their existence reduced to being a forced observer of horrors committed in their name. Regardless of which fate befalls the captured Marine, certain constants remain. They're kept alive far longer than they want to be. They're never allowed the mercy of death. Their suffering serves a purpose in the Dark Elder economy, feeding the homunculus's need for souls to sustain themselves, entertaining other Dark Elder who view suffering as art, and providing research data that advances the already terrifying capabilities of homunculi science. The Marine becomes a resource to be used, a toy to be played with, an experiment to be conducted, anything except what they once were: a warrior, a protector, a hero of the Imperium. And all the while, deep in whatever remains of their mind, they remember what it was like to be more than this. They remember having purpose, having dignity, having worth beyond the amusement value of their screams. That memory, that impossible distance between what they were and what they've become, is perhaps the cruelest torture of all. The question of whether any dreadnought has ever escaped from Camorra after being captured is one that the Imperium has never been able to answer definitively. The official records maintained by most Space Marine chapters are deliberately vague on the subject, acknowledging that captures have occurred, but providing few details about outcomes. This ambiguity serves a purpose. It allows chapters to claim their fallen brothers have been recovered or granted the Emperor's peace when the reality might be far darker. What we do know is that rescue attempts have been made. The most famous example is the Salamander's assault on Camorra itself, a raid of such audacity that it shocked even the Dark Elder who thought themselves safe in their hidden city. When a Salamander's strike cruiser was captured by the forces of Archon Zelian and dragged into the Dark City, along with its entire crew, the chapter refused to accept the loss. They tracked the psychic, beacon left by one of their librarians, and launched a full-scale counterattack, bringing not just the salamanders, but also contingents from the Howling Griffins and Silver Skulls chapters. The raid was devastatingly successful in its immediate objectives. The Space Marines recovered their captured cruiser and many of their brothers, and in the process, they caused such damage to Komorok's noble houses that it triggered a complete reorganization of power in the Dark City. The old aristocracy was broken, and Asdrubal Vecht, then merely an ambitious Archon rather than the supreme overlord he would become, rose to fill the power vacuum. From the Imperium's perspective, it was a clear victory, proof that even the Dark City could be breached and that the Dark Eldar were not invulnerable. But even this legendary raid, which is still taught in Space Marine chapter keeps as an example of brotherhood and determination, was not a complete success. Many salamanders who had been captured were never found. Some had been killed in the initial fighting, their bodies irretrievable. Others had been moved to other parts of Komorra, scattered across the sprawling city-state to prevent exactly this kind of concentrated rescue effort. And some, including at least one dreadnought, according to classified chapter records, were found but could not be saved. They had been so thoroughly modified, so completely transformed into something else, that recovery was impossible. Mercy killings were performed in those cases, giving the captured Marines the death they should have received on the battlefield rather than leaving them to their fate in the Dark City. The Salamander's raid was exceptional in its success. Most rescue attempts don't even come close to achieving their objectives. The logistical challenges of launching an assault into Komorra are almost insurmountable. First, you need to find a way into the webway, a feat that requires either Eldar cooperation, which is rarely forthcoming, or the discovery of an active webway portal, which the Dark Eldar guard jealously. Then you need to navigate the webway itself, a dimension that shifts and changes, where paths that existed yesterday might be gone today. And if you somehow reach Komorra, you find yourself in a city of impossible scale, where millions of Dark Eldar live, where every district is a death trap designed to defeat invaders, where the very architecture serves as a weapon against intruders. Even if a rescue force reaches the location where their captured brother is being held, they face the problem of extraction. The captured Marine has likely been there for weeks or months at minimum, possibly years, depending on how long it took the chapter to organize a rescue attempt. In that time, the homunculi have had ample opportunity to begin their work. The Marine might be barely recognizable as what they once were. They might be too badly injured to move. They might be so deeply conditioned that they attack their would-be rescuers. And even if they can be freed from whatever apparatus holds them, getting them out through hostile territory back to the webway portal, while under attack from every Dark Elder force in the vicinity, borders on the impossible. The mathematics of such rescue attempts are brutally clear. To have any chance of success, a chapter needs to commit significant forces, potentially including multiple companies of Space Marines, which represents a substantial portion of their available strength. The likelihood of success is low, the casualties will be high, and even if they succeed, what they recover might be too damaged to ever resume any kind of meaningful existence. Against these costs, some chapter masters make the cold calculation that the resources would be better spent elsewhere, fighting battles they can win rather than pursuing a rescue that will likely fail and weaken the chapter in the process. This is not a decision made lightly or without anguish. Space Marines value their brothers above almost all else, and the idea of abandoning one of their own to such a fate goes against everything they believe in. But they're also pragmatists, taught to weigh costs against benefits, to make the decisions that give the Imperium the best chance of survival. If rescuing one captured brother costs the lives of 50 others and weakens the chapter so much that entire worlds fall to the enemies of mankind, is that an acceptable trade? The debate over this question has caused rifts within chapters, with some brothers arguing for rescue attempts at any cost, while others advocate for a more measured approach. Some chapters handle this by setting strict time limits. If a rescue can be mounted within a specific time frame, usually measured in days or weeks, then the attempt is made. If too much time has passed, the captured brother is declared lost, his gene seed forfeited, his name added to the rolls of honored dead. This approach provides clear guidelines and prevents the chapter from expending resources on increasingly unlikely rescue attempts. But it also means accepting that some brothers will be abandoned to their fate, left in the hands of the Dark Elder with no hope of salvation. There are persistent rumors in Imperial military circles of Space Marines who have been in Dark Elder captivity for decades or even centuries and then somehow escaped or been recovered. These stories are never confirmed, and when investigated, they inevitably fall apart under scrutiny. But they persist because they offer hope, because accepting that capture by the Dark Elder is a fate worse than death, with no possibility of escape, is psychologically unbearable for many Imperial soldiers. Better to believe that somehow, somewhere, someone survived and returned. The reality is darker. In the thousands of years since the Dark Elder began their raids on real space, in the countless millions of captives they've taken back to Komorragh, the number who have escaped or been successfully rescued can probably be counted in the dozens at most. The Dark Elder are too careful, too skilled at their craft, too deeply entrenched in a city that has been their stronghold for 10 millennia. The slaves they take don't escape. They don't get rescued. They die in the arenas or the laboratories or the private collections of archons. And if they're lucky, that death comes relatively quickly, rather than being drawn out over years of torture. For a dreadnought specifically, the chances of rescue are even lower than for a regular captive. The technical expertise required to move a sarcophagus without killing the Marine inside, the sheer weight and bulk of the apparatus, even after it's been extracted from its chassis, the way a dreadnought's presence would slow down any extraction team trying to move quickly through hostile territory. All of these factors make a successful rescue nearly impossible. A chapter mounting a rescue attempt would essentially be forced to choose: spend the time and resources trying to extract the dreadnought and likely fail the entire mission, or complete the objectives they came for and leave the dreadnought behind. The only real mercy available to a captured dreadnought is death, and even that the homunculi work hard to deny them. If a rescue force does find one of their captured brothers, if they can see what's been done to them, the most compassionate action is often to end their suffering rather than attempt recovery. A melter charge placed against the sarcophagus, a quick prayer for the Emperor to receive his faithful servant, and the captured Marine is finally granted the peace they should have found on the battlefield. It's not the glorious death that Space Marines are taught to seek, but it's better than the alternative of continued existence in the depths of Komorragh. This grim calculus, the knowledge that capture by the Dark Elder is effectively a death sentence, affects how Space Marine chapters conduct operations in areas where the Drukhari are active. Standing orders often include self-destruct protocols if capture seems imminent. Battle Brothers are instructed to ensure that disabled dreadnoughts are either recovered immediately or destroyed to prevent them falling into enemy hands. The gene seed, that most precious resource, is given priority in retrieval over living Space Marines in some situations, operating on the logic that the gene seed can create new warriors, while a captured Marine is already lost. These protocols exist because the Imperium, for all its faults, understands something fundamental about the Dark Elder. They don't just kill their enemies, they consume them. They turn suffering into a resource, a currency, an art form. To be captured by them is to become fuel for a society built on agony, and death, terrible as it is, remains the better option. The capture of a Space Marine dreadnought by the Dark Eldar carries implications that extend far beyond the fate of the individual Marine trapped inside. From a strategic, psychological, and cultural perspective, such an event represents one of the worst outcomes that the Imperium and Space Marine chapters can face, touching on issues of security, morale, and the very identity of the Astartes as the Emperor's finest warriors. From a purely military standpoint, the loss of a dreadnought is catastrophic for a chapter in several ways. First, there's the immediate tactical loss. Dreadnoughts are irreplaceable assets, walking relics that contain not just powerful weapon systems, but also centuries or even millennia of combat experience and tactical knowledge. The techniques for creating new dreadnoughts have been largely lost since the Horus Heresy, meaning that each chassis is a precious artifact that cannot be replicated. When a chapter loses a dreadnought, they're not just losing a powerful unit, they're losing a piece of their history that can never be recovered. Second, and perhaps more seriously, is the intelligence compromise. A dreadnought, who has been active for centuries, possesses intimate knowledge of their chapter's operations, defensive positions, internal politics, and strategic capabilities. They know where the chapter's fortress monastery is located and how it's defended. They know the routes the chapter typically takes through space. They know the names and capabilities of current leaders and what personality flaws those leaders might possess. They know the chapter's gene seed storage locations, their recruiting worlds, their secret agreements with other imperial organizations. All of this information, everything the dreadnought knows, can be extracted by the homunculi. The Dark Eldar might not use it for immediate military purposes. They're raiders rather than conquerors, but they absolutely will trade such information to others who might find it valuable. Chaos warbands would pay dearly for intelligence on a Space Marine chapter's vulnerabilities. Orc warbosses might be convinced to attack specific targets. Even other Imperial organizations, rivals of the chapter in question, might be interested in secrets that could be leveraged for political advantage. The psychological impact on the chapter itself cannot be overstated. Space Marines are taught from their induction that they are the Emperor's chosen, that they will face death without fear, that their purpose is to serve, and if necessary, die in his name. The idea that one of their brothers, especially an ancient hero interred in a dreadnought, could be captured and tortured indefinitely by Xenos is an affront to everything they believe. It challenges the narrative of Space Marine invincibility and forces them to confront the reality that even they can be broken. When a chapter realizes one of their dreadnoughts has been captured, especially if they're unable to mount a successful rescue, it creates a crisis of faith within the Brotherhood. Some Marines become obsessed with vengeance, dedicating themselves to hunting Dark Eldar wherever they can be found. Others fall into despair, wondering if the same fate awaits them should they fall in battle. Still others become paranoid about security, insisting on additional safeguards and protocols to prevent future captures, changes that can strain relationships with other Imperial organizations and even create tensions within the chapter itself. The cultural impact extends beyond just the chapter that suffers the loss. When word spreads through Imperial military circles, which it inevitably does despite efforts at secrecy, it affects morale across multiple organizations. Imperial Guard regiments hear that even Space Marines can be taken by the Dark Eldar and subjected to fates worse than death. And suddenly, their own training about what to do if captured seems hopelessly inadequate. Naval crews become more fearful of webway attacks, knowing that conventional weapons and tactics offer little protection. Even civilians on worlds that have survived Dark Eldar raids become more traumatized, as the idea that the Emperor's angels can't protect themselves suggests they certainly can't protect anyone else. From the Dark Eldar perspective, the capture of a dreadnought is a tremendous victory, one that brings prestige to the cabal that accomplished it, and wealth to the homunculus who receives the prize. It becomes a story told in the arenas and pleasure houses of Comorra, an example of Dark Eldar superiority over the younger races. The fact that they can reach into the heart of Imperial military might pluck away one of humanity's greatest warriors and make them serve Dark Eldar purposes is a demonstration of power that resonates throughout their society. This propaganda value is exploited deliberately. Dark Eldar raiders sometimes release survivors from their attacks with specific memories intact, allowing those survivors to spread stories about the fates of captured space marines. These tales, distorted by trauma and the unreliability of memory, but nevertheless containing cores of truth, serve to terrify Imperial populations and make Dark Elder raids seem even more unstoppable than they already are. The psychological warfare is subtle but effective, as entire worlds might surrender or pay tribute rather than risk the attention of the Dark Elder and the horrific fates that attention brings. For the wider Imperium, the capture of dreadnoughts by Dark Elder is part of a broader pattern of vulnerability that Imperial authorities struggle to address. The Drukhari represent a threat that conventional military doctrine has trouble accounting for. They don't conquer territory, so you can't draw defensive lines against them. They don't have supply chains that can be disrupted or home bases in real space that can be attacked. They strike from nowhere, take what they want, and disappear before any response can be organized. And they're specifically motivated to capture the most valuable targets, the heroes and leaders whose loss hurts the Imperium most. Various solutions have been attempted over the millennia. Some chapters have developed protocols where dreadnoughts are never deployed alone, always accompanied by forces dedicated to their protection and recovery. Others have installed more aggressive self-destruct systems in their dreadnought chassis, systems that can be triggered remotely if capture seems imminent. A few chapters have even explored the idea of limiting what information is shared with their dreadnoughts, keeping them ignorant of certain strategic details so that if they are captured, the intelligence compromise is minimized. None of these solutions are entirely satisfactory. They all involve compromises, trading some capability or principle for improved security. And ultimately, they all rest on the acknowledgement of a terrible truth. The Imperium cannot fully protect its warriors from this particular threat. The Dark Eldar are too fast, too skilled, too deeply embedded in a dimension that Imperial forces cannot effectively access. They will continue to take prisoners. Some of those prisoners will be Space Marines, and some of those Space Marines will be dreadnoughts. The theological implications add another layer of complexity. The Imperial cult teaches that the Emperor protects his faithful, that those who serve him are rewarded either in life or in death. But what does it mean when a loyal servant, a warrior who has already given everything to the Imperium, is abandoned to endless torture in a Xenos city? How do you reconcile the teachings of the Ministorum with the reality of what happens in Comorragh? These are questions that ecclesiarchy theologians struggle with, usually falling back on the argument that such fates are tests of faith, trials that prove the strength of the captured Marine's devotion. This argument provides little comfort to the chapters affected or to the wider Imperial military. It sounds hollow when measured against the reality of what Dark Eldar torture entails. But it's the only explanation the Imperium can offer, because the alternative, admitting that sometimes faith isn't enough and the Emperor's protection has limits, would undermine the entire religious foundation of Imperial society. There's also a practical element that gets discussed quietly in chapter strategiums, but rarely spoken of openly. What should be done if a captured dreadnought or any captured Space Marine is eventually recovered after extended time in Dark Eldar custody? The Astartes that returns will not be the same warrior who was captured. They'll have been broken in ways that challenge even Space Marines' psychological resilience. They might be carrying trauma that affects their performance in battle. They almost certainly will have divulged information under torture, creating a security concern even among their own brothers. Some chapters have protocols for this situation. Extensive psycho-reconditioning, sometimes taking years, designed to rebuild the Marine's identity and loyalty. In extreme cases, mind wipes that erase the memories of captivity along with much else, essentially creating a new person in the body of the returned Marine. And in the darkest cases, quiet executions disguised as training accidents, operating on the logic that a compromised Space Marine represents too great a risk to the chapter's security. These measures are never discussed openly because they raise uncomfortable questions about the nature of Space Marine brotherhood and loyalty. If a chapter will kill one of their own because they've been tortured past some undefined breaking point, What does that say about the bonds between battle brothers? If the chapter's security is valued more highly than the life of an individual Marine, even one who has served for centuries, how can any Marine trust that they won't be similarly abandoned if the situation demands it? The answer, of course, is that Space Marines don't think about such things when they can avoid it. They're trained not to dwell on worst-case scenarios, but to focus on the mission at hand. But in the quiet moments, when they're maintaining their war gear or standing watch in the deep hours of a ship's cycle, some must wonder what they would do if captured. Would they have the strength to resist, or would they break like so many before them? Would their chapter come for them, or would they be declared dead and forgotten? And if they somehow survived and returned, would they be welcomed back or quietly disappeared to protect the chapter's secrets? These are the thoughts that the capture of a dreadnought by Dark Eldar forces every Space Marine to confront, whether they acknowledge them or not. It's a reminder that for all their enhancement, their training, their faith, they remain vulnerable, that there are fates worse than death, that the galaxy contains horrors that even the Emperor's finest warriors cannot overcome through strength of arms alone. And it's a reminder that in the grim darkness of the far future, sometimes the only mercy is death, and even that mercy can be denied. In the vast darkness of the 41st millennium, where war is eternal and hope is measured in small victories against impossible odds, the capture of a Space Marine dreadnought by the Dark Eldar stands as one of the most terrible fates imaginable. It represents not just the loss of a warrior, but the corruption of everything that warrior once stood for, the transformation of a hero into a source of suffering for a society built on agony. We've explored the journey from battlefield to torture chamber, from proud servant of the Emperor to broken victim of the homunculi's art. We've seen how the very enhancements that make a Space Marine superhuman become curses in the hands of torturers who have perfected their craft over 10,000 years. We've understood that death, that final enemy all warriors must eventually face, becomes instead an unattainable dream, a mercy continuously denied by beings who sustain themselves on suffering. The horror of this fate lies not in any single moment of pain, though those moments are beyond imagining, but in the totality of the experience. It's the knowledge that you will never escape, never be rescued, never die. It's watching your identity erode, your memories fade, your purpose dissolve until you can't remember who you were or why you once believed your existence mattered. It's existing as a plaything for creatures who view your agony as entertainment and your body as raw material, knowing that centuries might pass in this state, decades measured, not in service to the Emperor, but in variations of torment. For those of us who engage with Warhammer 40k's lore, this scenario exemplifies why the setting is described as grim dark. It's not just that terrible things happen, wars are brutal, and death is common in countless fictional universes. It's that the terrible things are so thoroughly developed, so completely thought through, that they achieve a kind of horrifying plausibility. The Dark Eldar aren't just evil for the sake of being villains. They're evil because their survival depends on it, because they're a dying race that has found the most depraved possible way to stave off extinction. And that evil, when applied to someone like a Space Marine dreadnought who has already sacrificed everything for the Imperium, creates a tragedy that resonates precisely because we can understand how it happens and why it cannot be prevented. The broader message, if such a dark topic can be said to have a message, is about the cost of service in a universe that doesn't care about individuals. The Imperium sends its warriors to die in their billions, and occasionally something worse than death finds them instead. The chapters that lose dreadnoughts to the Dark Eldar must continue fighting, must train new warriors, must prosecute the Emperor's wars, even as they know that any of their brothers could suffer the same fate. That's the true grimdarkness of the setting. Not that bad things happen, but that they happen in service of an Imperium that cannot or will not prevent them. And that even knowing all this, the Space Marines continue to serve, because service is all they've ever known. There's something almost tragic about the Dark Eldar themselves in this context. They're condemned to prey on others because their own society's excesses doomed them to an eternity of feeding on suffering. They capture and torture not out of simple cruelty, though cruelty is absolutely involved, but out of existential necessity. In a strange way, the Space Marine Dreadnought and the homunculus who tortures them are both prisoners of circumstances beyond their control, both caught in cycles of violence and suffering that predate their own existences and will continue long after they're gone. The question of what we as audience members take from stories like this is worth considering. Why do we engage with narratives this dark? Perhaps it's because, in their extremity, they help us appreciate the absence of such horrors in our own lives. Perhaps it's because they explore philosophical questions about identity, suffering, and the limits of endurance in ways that more conventional narratives cannot. Or perhaps it's simply that the Warhammer 40k universe, for all its darkness, is compelling precisely because it commits so completely to its premise, never flinching away from the logical consequences of the grimdark future it has created. Whatever the reason, the fate of a dreadnought in Dark Eldar captivity remains one of the most disturbing scenarios in Warhammer 40k lore. It takes the tragedy of the dreadnought's existence, already questionable when you consider the psychological cost of life as a brain in a jar, and makes it exponentially worse. It reminds us that in this setting, there is no safety, no sanctuary, no achievement grand enough to guarantee peace. Even the mightiest warriors can fall, and when they fall to certain enemies, their suffering has only just begun. For the Space Marine chapters of the Imperium, this knowledge shapes doctrine and drives desperation. It explains why chapters will sometimes risk everything on what seem like foolish rescue attempts, why they'll expend irreplaceable resources to recover or at least destroy their fallen brothers. It's not just about preventing intelligence leaks or denying the enemy a prize. It's about ensuring that those who serve don't end up in a fate that makes all their service meaningless, that transforms their sacrifice from noble to simply horrific. And for us, the observers of this fictional universe, it serves as one of the clearest examples of what makes Warhammer 40k unique among science fiction settings. It's a universe that looks at the question, what's the worst that could happen, and answers with scenarios like this, then develops those scenarios with enough detail and internal consistency that they achieve a kind of terrible credibility. The Dark Eldar. Capturing a dreadnought isn't just a plot point. It's a fully realized nightmare, complete with logistical details, psychological implications, and consequences that ripple through multiple levels of the setting's lore. If you found this exploration of one of 40k's darkest scenarios interesting, disturbing, or thought-provoking, I encourage you to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We cover a wide range of topics in Warhammer 40k lore, from the inspiring to the terrifying, always aiming to provide comprehensive, well-researched content that does justice to the depth and complexity of this remarkable setting. There are countless other stories in the Warhammer 40k universe, other fates that await those who walk the battlefields of the far future, other species with their own unique horrors to inflict. The galaxy is vast, the darkness is deep, and there's always more to explore. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and sometimes there are fates worse than death. In the silent darkness of a forgotten tomb complex, two forms of immortality meet. One is ancient beyond human comprehension, a consciousness transferred into living metal 60 million years ago, awake after an eternity of dreamless sleep. The other is a more recent tragedy, a warrior hero sealed into a walking sarcophagus, counting the centuries in moments of violence, separated by voids of unconsciousness. When Necron scout units encounter a hibernating Imperial dreadnought, they stand face to face with something that mirrors their own cursed existence in ways that would be almost poetic, if the Necrons retained the capacity for such reflection. This is not simply a story about two war machines meeting in the dark. This is a confrontation between two philosophies of preservation, two methods of cheating death, two species that have chosen eternal service over the final piece of mortality. The Necrons, who shed their organic forms in a desperate bargain with star gods, now encounter humanity's own answer to preserving their greatest heroes past the point of death. Both races have created methods to extend the service of their warriors indefinitely, and both have discovered that immortality comes with costs that cannot be calculated in advance. The encounter begins quietly, as most profound moments do in the endless wars of the 41st millennium. Beneath the surface of a contested world, where human colonists have unknowingly built their settlements atop a slumbering Necron tomb complex, the awakening of the ancient race proceeds according to protocols established millions of years before humanity's ancestors first looked up at the stars. Tomb spiders click and whir as they restore stasis chambers to function. Scarab swarms flow through corridors, repairing damage accumulated over eons of hibernation. And Necron warriors begin their slow transition from dormancy to wakefulness, their consciousness flickering back into awareness like lights igniting in a vast, darkened hall. The Imperial presence on this world is substantial, but not overwhelming. A Space Marine strike force had been dispatched here months ago, responding to reports of strange technological artifacts emerging from beneath the planet's crust. The Marines conducted their operations with characteristic efficiency, establishing forward bases and launching reconnaissance missions deep into the underground structures. But when the true scale of what lay beneath became apparent, when the first Necron warriors phased into reality with their Gauss weapons already tracking targets, the situation transformed from archaeological investigation to desperate combat. Among the Imperial forces was a venerable dreadnought, a warrior who had served his chapter for over 7 centuries, witnessing conflicts that had passed into legend for most of his battle brothers. He had fought in the depths of these alien structures, his assault cannon roaring defiance at the rising tide of living metal warriors, his power fist crushing enemy constructs with the fury of the Emperor's wrath. But the battle had not gone as planned. Overwhelming numbers, combined with the reality-bending technologies of the awakening tomb complex, had forced the Imperials into a fighting retreat. In the chaos of withdrawal, the ancient warrior had fallen, not destroyed, but damaged. His systems forced into emergency hibernation as his battle brothers struggled to evacuate what forces they could. Now he lies in the darkness, his sarcophagus sealed and his consciousness suspended in the dreamless void that is the mercy granted to those interred within dreadnought chassis. His massive form rests against the wall of an ancient chamber, surrounded by Xenos architecture that predates human civilization by millions of years. The markers that would identify his chapter are obscured by combat damage and the accumulated dust of the underground. His weapons are powered down, his sensors dark, his life support systems operating at minimal levels to preserve what remains of the organic component at his core. To any casual observer, he appears as nothing more than another piece of wreckage in a contested war zone. But to the Necrons, now slowly filling these chambers with their inexorable advance, he is something far more interesting. The first to encounter the dormant dreadnought are a pair of immortals, elite warriors, whose bodies are crafted from more sophisticated materials than the basic Necron warriors. They move through the chamber with purposeful efficiency, their Gauss blasters held ready, their sensors constantly scanning for threats. The chamber itself is ancient, its walls bearing the geometric patterns that the Necron tier favored in their architecture millions of years ago, designs that hurt human eyes to look at too long because they incorporate mathematical principles that organic brains are not optimized to process. The Immortals navigate this space with perfect precision, their targeting systems identifying potential threats and dismissing them in fractions of a second, their behavioral protocols driving them forward with the inexorable purpose that characterizes all Necron military operations. When their targeting systems identify the massive form in the corner, they pause. The readings are strange, contradictory, defying easy categorization. Metal, yes, but not the crude iron and steel of most human constructions. The sensor returns identify ceramite, adamantium, plasteel, alloys that represent the pinnacle of imperial metallurgical science, materials that require sophisticated manufacturing processes and quality control far beyond what most human forge worlds can reliably achieve. These are not the casual metals of civilian construction, or even standard military equipment. This is armor designed to withstand punishment that would vaporize lesser materials. Protection intended to keep its wearer functional in conditions that would destroy ordinary vehicles. And beneath those armored shells, something else. Something that registers as organic, yet not quite alive in any conventional sense. The Immortal's sensors detect heat signatures consistent with functioning biological systems, electromagnetic patterns that suggest neural activity, chemical signatures that indicate the presence of organic compounds. But the configuration is all wrong for a living being. The organic components are too small, too fragmented, too intimately integrated with mechanical systems to represent a conventional life form. It is as if someone has taken a living creature and reduced it to its absolute minimum functional components, then wired those components directly into a machine designed to house them. One of the Immortals approaches, its footsteps clicking against the ancient stone floor with a rhythm that has remained precisely consistent for the 60 million years since biotransference first transformed it from organic being into mechanical construct. The Immortal is programmed to be cautious around unknown technologies, to gather data before engaging, to prioritize intelligence collection over immediate destruction unless directly threatened. These behavioral protocols, encoded into its necrodermis, along with the basic patterns that define its identity, guide its movements as it circles the dormant construct. Sensors working constantly to build a complete picture of what it has discovered. Up close, the dreadnought is massive, even by the standards of the Necron's own war constructs. It stands perhaps 4 meters tall, even in its dormant, slightly hunched posture, its bulk speaking to the power contained within that armored frame. The proportions are oddly anthropomorphic, suggesting that humans designed their war machines to echo the shape of their own bodies, despite the inefficiencies that such design choices introduce. A Necron construct of similar mass would be configured differently, optimized for function rather than form, shaped according to mathematical principles rather than aesthetic preferences. But humans, the Immortal's tactical database reminds it, are a young species, still attached to the symbolism and imagery that older races have long since abandoned as inefficient. The Immortal's sensors play across the machine's surface, cataloging damage patterns, analyzing alloy compositions, attempting to understand the purpose of this strange hybrid of organic and mechanical components. Impact craters from Gauss weapons mark the ceramite, the distinctive pattern of molecular disassembly, clearly visible where the flare beam struck armor that was strong enough to resist complete destruction. Burns from Tesla arcs trace across one shoulder, the electrical discharge having briefly superheated the metal before the construct's thermal management systems could compensate. A scoring mark from a particle whip cuts across the torso, deep enough to have compromised the outer armor layer, but not deep enough to reach the vital systems beneath. These damage patterns tell a story that the Immortal's tactical analysis subroutines begin to reconstruct. The construct engaged multiple Necron units simultaneously, was subjected to concentrated fire from weapons positioned at different angles, fought with the desperation of a warrior who knew retreat was not an option, but continued fighting anyway. The pattern of impacts suggests that the construct was attempting to cover the withdrawal of other forces, was deliberately drawing fire to itself to allow lesser units to escape. This behavioral pattern is consistent with human concepts of sacrifice and duty, concepts that the Immortal's database flags as important for understanding how these young beings think and fight. The data it gathers is transmitted instantly across the Tomb Complex's newly reactivated communications network, adding to the growing database of information about the younger race that has dared to intrude upon this world. Other Necron units receive the data stream and begin their own analysis, comparing what the Immortal has discovered against their stored knowledge of human capabilities and technologies. Tactical assessment algorithms calculate the threat level represented by such constructs. Strategic planning systems consider the implications of humans deploying such assets. Intelligence analysis functions attempt to determine how many similar constructs the humans might possess and where they might be located. The second Immortal maintains its position near the chamber entrance, sensors focused outward, weapon ready to engage any threats that might approach. But part of its processing capacity remains allocated to analyzing the data being gathered by its companion, contributing its own observations and conclusions to the shared tactical picture. The two Immortals function as a unit, their consciousness not truly merged, but coordinated through constant data exchange. Their individual perspectives combining to create a more complete understanding than either could achieve alone. This is how Necron military forces have always operated, through coordination so perfect that it appears telepathic to outside observers, through information sharing so complete that individual units function more like cells in a larger organism than as separate warriors. The sensor readings continue to accumulate, building a detailed picture of what the Immortals have discovered. The power source at the construct's core is identified as a compact fusion reactor, primitive by Necron standards, but functional enough to sustain operations for extended periods. The weapon systems are catalogued, an assault cannon and a power fist, both designed for devastating close-range combat, where the construct's heavy armor and massive strength would provide maximum advantage. The life support equipment, that strange collection of tubes and pumps and filters that maintains the organic components, is analyzed and its function understood even if the Immortals cannot comprehend why any species would choose such an inefficient method of preserving their warriors. The readings that confuse the Immortals most are those coming from the organic component itself. Their sensors can detect brain activity, neural patterns that indicate some form of consciousness, but the patterns are strange, reduced, not quite matching what their database suggests human brain activity should look like during normal function. It is as if the consciousness that inhabits this construct is only partially present, as if whatever intelligence guides the machine exists in a state between full awareness and complete shutdown. The Immortals lack the sophistication to understand what they are detecting, lack the context to recognize stasis when they see it. But they record the anomaly faithfully, add it to the data stream, trust that more specialized units will be able to interpret what they have found. In the deeper chambers of the tomb complex, where the true masters of this dynasty are completing their awakening, this data stream attracts attention. A cryptech, one of the technological masters whose knowledge spans millions of years, directs its consciousness toward this anomaly. The cryptech has spent eons studying the physical laws of the universe, manipulating matter and energy in ways that would appear as sorcery to lesser minds, bending reality itself to serve purposes that most beings cannot even conceive. It has witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, has observed the birth of stars and the death of galaxies, has accumulated knowledge that would take organic minds' lifetimes merely to catalog, let alone to understand. Yet here is something that defies easy categorization, a construct that seems to blend the organic and the mechanical in ways that the cryptech's vast database does not fully explain. The readings are fascinating in their complexity, perplexing in their implications, worthy of deeper investigation in ways that few discoveries manage to be, for a being who has seen essentially everything the material universe has to offer. The combination of advanced metalworking and primitive biotechnology, the marriage of sophisticated armor systems with crude life support equipment, the apparent decision to preserve organic consciousness through mechanical means rather than pursuing true consciousness transfer, all of these choices speak to a philosophy and capability set that the cryptech finds genuinely interesting. The cryptech's interest is not merely academic. though the scientific curiosity that drove its mortal ancestors still flickers somewhere in its mechanical consciousness, a ghost of what it once felt when confronted with unknown phenomena. There are strategic considerations as well, practical reasons why understanding this construct could prove valuable to the dynasty's larger goals. Understanding the capabilities and limitations of this technology could provide valuable intelligence about the foe they now face, could inform tactical decisions about how to engage such constructs in future battles, could reveal weaknesses that might be exploited to achieve victory with minimal expenditure of resources. The Necrons may possess overwhelming technological superiority, but they did not survive for 60 million years by being careless or dismissive of potential threats. The presence of such advanced technology, left behind in what appears to be a defensive position, suggests that the humans who built it considered it valuable, and anything valuable to an enemy is worth investigating. A command ripples through the tomb complex's communication network. The Immortals are to remain at their positions, maintaining a perimeter around the strange construct. More specialized units are being dispatched. Canoptek spiders, maintenance constructs, whose understanding of technology rivals even that of the cryptechs themselves, are directed toward the chamber, and the cryptech itself begins to make its way through the awakening tomb, drawn by the puzzle that this discovery represents. The Canoptek spiders arrive first, their spider-like forms skittering across the walls and ceiling with unnatural grace. They are not sentient in the way that the Necron lords and warriors are, but their programming is sophisticated beyond anything the Imperium has ever created. They begin their own analysis of the dreadnought, their multiple limbs extending delicate sensor probes that can detect and manipulate matter at the molecular level. One of them approaches the sarcophagus at the dreadnought's core, that armored tomb within a tomb that houses what remains of the Space Marine pilot. Its sensors detect the presence of organic matter sustained in some kind of artificial fluid, kept alive by systems that are crude by Necron standards, yet undeniably functional. The spider's analysis reveals something that would be surprising to anyone familiar with both races' technologies. The life support systems maintaining the dreadnought's pilot are failing. Not catastrophically, not yet, but the damage sustained in the recent battle has compromised several redundant systems. Power reserves are depleting more rapidly than they should. The amniotic fluid that sustains the pilot's organic remains is slowly degrading, its chemical balance shifting in ways that will eventually prove fatal. Given time, measured in months, or perhaps a year at most, the systems will fail completely, and the warrior entombed within will finally find the peace of death that was denied to him when he was first interred in this walking tomb. This information presents an interesting dilemma, one that a more emotional species might find ironic. The Necrons, who long ago shed their organic forms in pursuit of immortality, have discovered a member of a younger race who clings to organic life through technological means that are simultaneously impressive and pathetically inadequate. The human within this machine is dying, slowly, locked in a sleep from which he cannot wake himself, dependent on systems that are themselves failing. It is a situation that parallels, in its own crude way, the awakening of the Necrons themselves. They too sleep in tombs, sustained by technologies designed to preserve them through eternity. They too wake only when called to war. They too exist in a state that is neither truly alive nor fully dead. When the cryptech arrives, gliding into the chamber on its canoptek cloak, the analysis of the dreadnought has been ongoing for nearly an hour by imperial time measurement. The cryptech dismisses the Immortals with a gesture, sending them to secure other sections of the tomb complex. The canoptek spiders remain, their continuing scans feeding data directly into the cryptech's consciousness. The cryptech itself approaches the dormant war machine, its sensory apparatus far more sophisticated than anything the lesser constructs possess, capable of perceiving reality in ways that organic minds cannot fully comprehend. What the cryptech sees is a marvel of primitive engineering, a solution to the problem of preserving a warrior past the point of physical death that is both ingenious and horrifying in its limitations. The human who built this never possessed the kind of understanding that would allow them to truly transfer consciousness into an artificial substrate. They lacked the Citan's knowledge of the fundamental nature of the soul, lacked the Necron's own hard-won understanding of how to encode sentience into necrodermis. Instead, they simply kept the organic components alive, wiring them into a mechanical shell through neural interfaces that are crude but functional. The cryptech can see the entire system laid out before its enhanced perception. The sarcophagus, its walls lined with life support equipment that maintains temperature, atmospheric composition, and the circulation of the amniotic fluid. The neural connectors that interface the pilot's remaining nervous system with the dreadnought's sensors and weapons. The power systems that feed energy to both the life support and the combat capabilities of the machine. It is all visible, transparent to the cryptech's senses in ways that even the most skilled tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus could never achieve. And at the core of it all, suspended in fluid that cushions and sustains, is what remains of the pilot. Not much, by organic standards. The torso has been reduced to essential organs. Lungs, breathing the fluid that keeps them viable, a heart beating with the slow rhythm of deep hibernation. The brain, preserved and protected, its neurons firing in the minimal patterns of consciousness in stasis. Massive trauma is evident in the scarring and the crude mechanical replacements for organs that could not be saved. This warrior did not enter his metal tomb gently. He was destroyed in battle, his body so catastrophically damaged that only the most desperate measures could preserve any fragment of life. The cryptech processes this information with the cold, analytical precision that is all that remains of what was once scientific curiosity. There is no empathy here, no emotional response to the tragedy of a warrior sealed forever in a tomb of his own body's remains. The Necrons lost such capacity for emotion when they underwent biotransference, trading the warmth of organic existence for the cold immortality of living metal. But there is interest, a kind of intellectual engagement with a problem that presents unexpected complexities. The technology itself is primitive, barely worthy of notice by the standards of a species that achieved mastery over dimensional engineering millions of years ago. The cryptech could design superior systems in moments, could craft a consciousness transfer matrix that would allow the trapped warrior to exist in a body of necrodermis that would be superior in every measurable way to both his original flesh and his current mechanical prison. But the crude nature of the technology is not what holds the cryptech's attention. Rather, it is the philosophical question that this discovery presents. The humans have created, in their own limited way, a mirror of what the Necrons themselves became. Here is a warrior who will never die, who sleeps in a tomb until called to battle, who exists in a state between life and death that can be sustained indefinitely. The parallels are undeniable, even to a mind that has long since lost the capacity for metaphorical thinking. The difference, of course, is one of scale and sophistication. The Necrons achieved total consciousness transfer, preserving their minds in substrates that would endure for millions of years. This human is merely being kept alive, his organic brain still vulnerable to age and damage, his existence dependent on technology that is already failing. Yet there is something here that merits consideration. The humans did this to preserve their greatest warriors, to allow heroes to continue serving their empire past the point of physical death. The motivation is identical to what drove the ancient Necrontyr to accept the Citan's offer of biotransference. Both species sought to preserve their warriors indefinitely, to create soldiers who could fight forever, accumulating experience and wisdom that would be lost if they were allowed to simply die. Both species chose eternal service over the finality of death. Both discovered that immortality comes with costs that cannot be fully anticipated. The cryptech extends one of its manipulator appendages toward the dreadnought's sarcophagus, delicate sensor probes sliding across the armored surface. The technology here is interesting in its desperation, its clever solutions to problems that the humans clearly do not fully understand. The neural interface, for instance, is a crude approximation of proper mind impulse unit technology, yet it functions surprisingly well given the limitations of its design. The life support. Systems are inefficient, requiring constant maintenance and consuming resources at a rate that no Necron construct would tolerate, yet they have kept this warrior alive for centuries. The cryptech's analysis continues, drilling deeper into the fundamental nature of what it has discovered. The power source is a compact fusion reactor, generating energy through processes that the humans barely understand, maintaining it through ritual and prayer as much as actual comprehension of the underlying physics. The weapons systems are powerful, if crude, capable of delivering devastating firepower that would be effective even against Necron constructs if the dreadnought were awakened and allowed to engage. The armor is layered ceramite and adamantium, materials that represent the best the Imperium can manufacture, providing protection that is genuinely impressive by the standards of younger races. But it is the organic component, the pilot, that remains the focus of the cryptech's attention. The being that exists at the core of this machine is suffering, though it is too deeply in stasis to be aware of it. The neural interfaces cause constant low-level pain, a consequence of connecting organic nerve tissue directly to mechanical systems. The amniotic fluid, while sustaining life, is not a comfortable medium for organs designed to breathe air and pump blood through vessels. The psychological strain of being sealed in darkness, of existing only in brief windows of consciousness separated by centuries of nothingness, is something that would drive most organic beings to madness. The cryptech recognizes this suffering because the Necrons themselves experienced something similar in the early centuries after biotransference. When their consciousness first awakened in bodies of necrodermis, many found the transition unbearable. They raged against the loss of sensation, the absence of taste and touch, and the thousand subtle feelings that organic existence provided. Some went mad, their personalities fragmenting under the strain of existing in a substrate so fundamentally different from what they had evolved to inhabit. Others simply ceased, their consciousness dissipating like smoke, unable to maintain cohesion without the biological framework that had once housed it. The humans have attempted to avoid this problem by keeping their warriors' organic components alive, by maintaining the biological substrate that houses their consciousness. It is a different solution to the same problem, one that preserves the connection to organic existence at the cost of trapping the consciousness in a body that is irreversibly damaged. The cryptech cannot decide if this approach is more or less cruel than what the Necrons experienced. Both represent a kind of torture, an existence that is neither fully alive nor acceptably dead, a state of being that serves only the needs of eternal war. Additional Necron units begin to arrive in the chamber as word of the discovery spreads through the tomb complex's awakening hierarchy. A lord, its body adorned with the marks of rank and dynasty, emerges from a side passage to observe the strange artifact. The lord's interest is more strategic than scientific. It wants to know if this construct represents a threat that must be eliminated, or an opportunity that can be exploited. The cryptech provides its analysis, describing the capabilities and limitations of the dormant war machine, explaining the strange hybrid nature of the technology that sustains it. The Lord considers this information with the cold calculation that passes for thought among the Necron nobility. The presence of such a construct suggests that the human forces that recently withdrew from this area considered it valuable enough to deploy, yet not valuable enough to recover when withdrawal became necessary. This implies either that they possess many such constructs, making each individual unit expendable, or that the tactical situation became so desperate that they were forced to abandon assets they would have preferred to retrieve. Either possibility has implications for the strategic assessment of the human forces on this world. There is also the question of what to do with the construct now that it has been discovered. Several options present themselves, each with its own merits and drawbacks. The simplest solution would be to destroy it, to eliminate a potential threat before it can be reactivated. The Necrons possess weapons that could reduce the Dreadnought to its component atoms in moments. Gauss flayers that would strip away armor and flesh with equal efficiency. Particle whips that could shred the sarcophagus and everything it contains. Destruction would be clean, efficient, and tactically sound. It would eliminate any possibility of the construct being used against them, would prevent the humans from recovering a valuable asset, and would send a clear message about the fate of those who dare to intrude upon a Necron tomb world. But destruction has disadvantages as well. It would eliminate the opportunity to study the technology in greater depth, to fully understand the capabilities and limitations of the humans' approach to preserving their warriors. It would waste what could potentially be valuable intelligence about human military doctrine, tactical thinking, and technological capabilities. The Cryptechs value knowledge above almost everything else, their scientific curiosity one of the few remnants of personality that survived biotransference. Destroying this construct before it has been fully analyzed would be wasteful in ways that offend the Cryptechs' fundamental nature. There is also a more subtle consideration, one that the Lord weighs carefully in its mechanical approximation of thought. The humans trapped on this world are already aware that they face Necron opposition. The loss of this construct will not change that fundamental reality, but the manner of the construct's loss could provide intelligence about Necron capabilities that the humans do not yet possess. If the Dreadnought is simply destroyed, the humans will learn only that the Necrons possess weapons capable of eliminating their heavy war machines. If the Dreadnought simply disappears, never to be found, the humans will be left with questions that they cannot answer, will waste time and resources searching for an asset that no longer exists where they expect to find it. The Cryptech makes a suggestion, its voice synthesized through systems that were designed to approximate the sounds of organic speech. The dormant construct could be transported deeper into the tomb complex, moved to one of the analytical chambers where it could be studied in greater detail. The process would not harm the warrior within, would not even disturb his slumber. The life support systems could be stabilized, the failing components repaired or replaced with Necron equivalents that would function with far greater efficiency. The construct could be preserved indefinitely, maintained in perfect stasis, while Cryptechs examined every aspect of its design and function. The Lord considers this proposal. There is appeal in the idea of preserving the construct for study, of adding it to the growing collection of artifacts and specimens that the awakening dynasty is accumulating as it encounters the various younger races now infesting what was once Necron space. Collections of such specimens serve multiple purposes. They provide research subjects for the Cryptechs, allowing detailed study of technologies and biological systems that might prove useful or at least interesting. They serve as trophies, evidence of the dynasty's dominance over the lesser races, and in some cases, particularly unique specimens become valuable trade goods, items that can be exchanged with other dynasties for resources or information. But there is also risk in preservation. The construct contains organic components, and organic matter is notoriously unstable, prone to decay and degradation despite the best efforts to preserve it. The life support systems are already failing, and while Necron technology could certainly repair them, there is always the question of whether such repairs would be worth the resources expended. The Necrons do not lack for resources in any absolute sense, but every action requires calculation of cost versus benefit, and the value of preserving this particular specimen is not immediately clear. There is a third option, one that neither the Lord nor the Cryptech has yet voiced, but that both are considering in their separate analytical processes. The construct could be awakened, roused from its hibernation to face its captors. This option carries obvious risks. The Dreadnought is designed for war. equipped with weapons that could inflict genuine damage on Necron forces before being overwhelmed. Its pilot, when conscious, would represent a genuine threat, a warrior with centuries of combat experience and the kind of desperate courage that makes organic beings dangerous even when facing superior forces. Awakening the construct would transform it from an inert object of study into an active combatant. Yet, there is appeal in this option as well, particularly for the more militant members of the Awakening dynasty. The Necrons may have lost much in biotransference, but the warrior ethos of their ancestors remains encoded in their behavioral protocols. There is something approaching respect for the construct and the warrior it contains. Recognition of a being who chose continued service over the peace of death, who exists in a state of eternal readiness to protect his people. The Necron warriors might be mindless automatons, their personalities erased by biotransference until only the most basic patterns of behavior remain, but the lords and the cryptex still retain echoes of what they once were, and what they once were, before even the transformation into mechanical bodies, was a warrior culture that valued strength and courage above almost all other virtues. The decision, when it comes, reflects both pragmatism and a kind of cold curiosity that is all that remains of what the Necrons once called scientific interest. The construct will be preserved, transported to deeper chambers where it can be studied in detail, but it will not be immediately awakened, not yet. The cryptech wants time to analyze the technology, to understand every aspect of how the humans have attempted to preserve their warrior past the point of death. There may come a time when awakening the construct serves some purpose, when the intelligence that could be gathered from the pilot justifies the risk of rousing him to consciousness. But that time is not now. The Canoptek spiders receive their instructions and begin the process of preparing the dreadnought for transport. Their manipulator appendages, capable of lifting objects many times their own mass through the application of gravitic technologies that humanity has yet to fully understand, grasp the dormant war machine gently. The spiders are programmed to avoid causing damage when it is not necessary, to preserve specimens in their original condition whenever possible. They lift the massive construct as if it weighs nothing, carefully maneuvering it through the chamber's entrance and into the corridors beyond. As the dreadnought is carried deeper into the tomb complex, past awakening warriors and reactivating weapons systems, past chambers that have not seen activity in 60 million years, the full reality of its situation would be apparent to any observer capable of understanding it. The space marine sealed within that sarcophagus went into stasis expecting to wake to the sounds of battle, to be roused by his chapter's tech marines when his service was once again required. Instead, he will wake, if he wakes at all, to find himself in the possession of an alien species that predates humanity by millions of years, studied by minds that would appear as gods to lesser beings, a specimen in a collection of curiosities gathered by a race that has forgotten how to feel curiosity in any meaningful sense. The journey through the tomb complex reveals the scale of what lies beneath this world's surface. The chambers extend for kilometers in every direction, vast halls that could hold armies, repositories of technology that represents the pinnacle of achievement from a civilization that ruled the galaxy when Earth was still cooling from its formation. Necron warriors stand in perfect ranks, recently awakened and awaiting orders that will send them forth to reclaim what their ancestors once possessed. Immortals patrol key junctions, their enhanced forms and superior weapons, marking them as the elite of the dynasty's forces. Lichguards stand motionless at the entrances to the innermost chambers, sworn protectors of the nobility, warriors whose loyalty survived even the horror of biotransference. The analytical chamber to which the dreadnought is brought is a space designed for the examination of artifacts and specimens deemed worthy of detailed study. The room is circular, its walls lined with systems that can analyze matter at every scale from the quantum to the macro, that can subject samples to conditions ranging from absolute zero to the heart of a star. that can manipulate time itself within contained fields to observe how materials and systems respond to the passage of millennia compressed into moments. At the center of the chamber is a raised platform where the object of study is placed, surrounded by the analytical apparatus that will tease out every secret it contains. The Canoptech spiders place the dreadnought carefully on this platform, adjusting its position until it rests, perfectly centered, its damaged form illuminated by the chamber's luminescence. The spiders retreat to the edges of the room, their task completed, ready to respond if further manipulation is required. The Cryptech enters behind them, gliding to a position where its sensors can observe the analysis as it proceeds. Additional Cryptechs arrive, drawn by word of this unusual specimen, each bringing their own specialized knowledge to the examination. The analysis begins with the non-invasive scans, probes that examine the construct without actually touching it, mapping every surface and every internal component in exquisite detail. The armor is measured, its composition and structure recorded down to the molecular level. The weapons systems are analyzed, their firing chambers and ammunition feeds examined to understand how they function. The power core is studied, its fusion reactions observed through sensors that can perceive processes occurring at scales beyond human comprehension. Every bolt, every wire, every component of the machine is catalogued and understood. Then the analysis moves deeper, to the sarcophagus itself and the systems it contains. Here the Cryptechs must be more careful, must ensure that their examination does not disturb the delicate balance that keeps the pilot alive. Probes extend, impossibly thin filaments that can slip between armor plates without leaving a trace, that can sample the amniotic fluid without removing enough to matter, that can observe neural activity without interfering with it. The organic component is examined in meticulous detail, every organ catalogued, every system analyzed and understood. What the Cryptechs discover is both impressive and tragic. The human who serves as this construct's pilot has been preserved with remarkable skill, given the limitations of Imperial technology. His organic remains are in surprisingly good condition, considering the centuries of service. The life support systems, despite their current failings, have functioned far better than most human technology manages over such time spans. The neural interfaces are crude but effective, providing the pilot with sensory input and motor control that allows him to function as an effective warrior despite his catastrophically limited organic substrate. But the cost of this preservation is evident in every measurement, every reading. The pilot exists in a state of constant pain, nerve endings firing error signals that the stasis systems can only partially suppress. His body, reduced to its essential components, is held together by surgical interventions and mechanical supports that would be considered torture by any reasonable definition. His mind, when awake, must process an overwhelming flood of sensory data filtered through mechanical systems that cannot fully replicate the subtlety of organic perception. And his consciousness, when in stasis, drifts in a void without dreams, without rest, without the mercy of oblivion that true death would provide. One of the Cryptechs, a specialist in what the humans would call cybernetics, observes this with something that might be recognition. The Cryptech itself underwent biotransference, experienced the transition from organic existence to mechanical immortality. It remembers, in whatever way memory functions for a being whose consciousness exists as patterns in necrodermis, the horror of awakening in a body that felt nothing, that experienced the universe only through sensors that reduced reality to data streams. It remembers the sense of loss, the desperate yearning for sensations that could never be recovered, the slow adjustment to existing as something fundamentally different from what it had been. The human in this sarcophagus is experiencing something similar, though in reverse. He clings to organic existence, his brain still flesh and blood, still capable of pain and suffering in ways that Necrons can no longer experience. Yet he is separated from his body by the very systems that keep him alive, experiencing the world through sensors and interfaces that can never fully replace the rich sensory input of organic existence. He is trapped between two states of being, neither fully organic nor properly mechanical, a hybrid creature that combines the worst limitations of both forms. The analysis continues for hours by human time measurement, though the cryptechs do not measure duration in such limited terms. They examine every aspect of the construct and its pilot, building a comprehensive understanding of the technology and the biological systems it sustains. They discover the redundancies built into the life support, the backup systems that activate when primary systems fail, the clever solutions to problems that the human engineers clearly did not fully understand. They find evidence of past repairs, places where components have been replaced or modified, suggesting that this particular construct has survived multiple periods of service separated by intervals of stasis. And they discover something else, something that gives even the emotionless cryptechs pause in their analysis. Deep in the neural interfaces, in the systems that connect the pilot's organic brain to the dreadnought's sensors and controls, they find patterns that suggest active mental processes even in stasis. The pilot is not fully unconscious, not completely dormant. Some part of his consciousness remains active, processing information at levels too subtle for the construct's own monitoring systems to detect. He is dreaming, in whatever way a being in his condition can dream, his mind attempting to make sense of existence that consists primarily of darkness and silence, punctuated by brief intervals of extreme violence. This discovery fascinates the cryptechs because it suggests that the pilot's subjective experience of time does not match the objective passage of centuries. For him, the intervals of stasis may feel shorter or longer than they actually are. His perception of duration distorted by the nature of his half-conscious state. He may experience each awakening as if moments have passed since his last period of activity, or he may feel the full weight of centuries pressing down on his consciousness. The cryptechs cannot determine which is the case without waking him and conducting direct analysis. But the possibility raises questions about the nature of consciousness and time perception that are interesting even by the standards of beings who have existed for 60 million years. The failing life support systems present both a problem and an opportunity. The cryptechs could easily repair them, could replace the damaged components with Necron equivalents that would function perfectly for millennia. The technology required is trivial by their standards, well within the capabilities of even basic canoptech constructs. But such repair raises questions about purpose and intent. Are they preserving this specimen because it has genuine value, or simply because they can? Is there utility in maintaining this human warrior in his half-life state, or would resources be better spent elsewhere? One cryptech suggests an alternative approach. Rather than simply repairing the existing systems, they could improve them, enhance the life support to levels far beyond anything Imperial technology could achieve. They could strengthen the neural interfaces, provide the pilot with sensory input, far superior to what the crude human systems allow. They could even begin the process of biotransference, gradually replacing organic components with necrodermis equivalents, transforming the pilot into something closer to what the Necrons themselves have become. It would be an interesting experiment, a test of whether consciousness transfer could be achieved gradually rather than all at once, whether the trauma of complete biotransference could be avoided through incremental transformation. But this suggestion is rejected by the presiding lord, who has been observing the analysis with the cold patience of a being who measures time in millennia. The construct is to be preserved in its current state, as closely as possible to its original condition. Repairs are authorized to stabilize the failing systems, but enhancements are forbidden. This specimen is valuable precisely because it represents human technology and philosophy, because it provides insight into how these younger beings approach the problem of preserving their warriors. Transforming it into something else would eliminate that value, would turn the specimen into merely another example of Necron capabilities. the decision is implemented immediately. Canoptek spiders begin the delicate work of repairing the life support systems, replacing human components with Necron equivalents that have been carefully designed to maintain the exact same functionality. The power core is supplemented with a stable energy source that will function for centuries without maintenance. The amniotic fluid is replenished and its chemical balance corrected. The neural interfaces are cleaned and repaired, ensuring that when the pilot wakes, his connection to the construct will be as strong as it was when he first entered stasis. The work is completed with a precision that no Imperial tech priest could hope to match. Every system is tested, every component verified to be functioning within acceptable parameters. The life support that was failing, degrading toward inevitable failure, is now stable and will remain so for longer than the Imperium has existed. The pilot, still locked in his dreamless half-sleep, is unaware that he has been preserved by the very beings his chapter would consider the gravest threat to humanity's existence. He sleeps on, suspended between life and death, maintained now by technology that predates his species by millions of years. With the immediate work completed, the cryptechs turn their attention to the broader questions raised by this discovery. What does the existence of constructs like this tell them about human military doctrine? How many such warriors do the humans possess? What role do they play in the strategic thinking of the Space Marine chapters? These questions have implications beyond mere curiosity. The Necrons are awakening on hundreds of worlds across the galaxy, encountering the younger races that now infest the territories that were once theirs. Understanding how these species think, how they organize their forces, what technologies they consider valuable, all of this information contributes to the strategic calculations that will determine how the Necrons prosecute their war of reconquest. The presence of this specific dreadnought on this specific world is also worth analyzing. The human forces that deployed here clearly expected serious resistance, serious enough to warrant bringing one of their ancient warriors. This suggests that they had some intelligence about the Necron presence beneath the surface, that they understood they were not merely exploring ancient ruins, but potentially awakening a sleeping threat. Their decision to deploy a dreadnought indicates both the seriousness with which they viewed the situation and their willingness to commit valuable assets to what they must have known would be a dangerous operation. The fact that they then abandoned this asset when forced to withdraw is equally telling. Either the tactical situation became so desperate that they had no choice, or they considered the dreadnought expendable despite its obvious value. Both possibilities provide insight into human psychology and decision-making under pressure. The first suggests that they can be forced into making poor tactical choices if subjected to sufficient pressure. The second suggests that they possess enough such constructs that the loss of one, while regrettable, is acceptable if it allows other forces to escape. Additional intelligence comes from the combat damage the dreadnought sustained. Analysis of the impact patterns and energy signatures allows the cryptechs to determine exactly which Necron weapons were engaged during the battle. Gauss flare strikes, particle whip damage, Tesla arc burns, all recorded in the pattern of destruction etched into the construct's armor. By comparing the damage to the armor's properties, the cryptechs can verify their models of how human defenses respond to Necron weapons, can confirm or adjust their tactical calculations about what levels of force are required to neutralize such targets. But beneath all the strategic analysis, beneath the cold calculation of military value and intelligence gathered, there remains the fundamental strangeness of this discovery. The Necrons have encountered many species in their millions of years of existence, fought countless wars against beings of every description. They have seen how different species approach the challenge of creating warriors, how they train and equip their soldiers, how they balance the value of individual combatants against the needs of the larger force. But this construct represents something unusual, a philosophical approach to warfare that mirrors the Necrons' own thinking in unexpected ways. The humans have chosen to preserve their greatest warriors indefinitely, to deny them the rest of death in favor of eternal service. This decision parallels the choice the ancient Necrontyre made when they accepted biotransference, when they traded their dying organic bodies for immortal mechanical forms. Both species looked at their heroes and decided that death was too final, that the experience and wisdom accumulated over a lifetime of war was too valuable to lose. Both found ways to cheat mortality, to keep their warriors fighting long past the point where natural law would have claimed them. The difference, of course, is one of success and sophistication. The Necrons achieved true consciousness transfer, preserving their minds in substrates that would endure for millions of years without degradation. They created bodies of living metal that could repair themselves, that could be destroyed and rebuilt without loss of continuity. They solved the problem of immortality completely, at least in the technical sense, though the cost in terms of what they lost was beyond calculation. The humans have created only a crude approximation of this achievement. Their dreadnoughts preserve life, but not truly consciousness. The pilot remains organic, remains vulnerable to all the limitations and degradations of flesh. He sleeps between battles not because it is efficient, but because remaining awake would drive him mad with isolation and pain. He serves not out of any programming or encoded behavior pattern, but because he still possesses will, choice, the capacity to decide that service matters more than comfort or peace. In many ways, his sacrifice is greater than what the Necrons experienced, precisely because he retains enough humanity to understand what he has lost. The cryptech that first discovered the dreadnought returns to the analytical chamber after attending to other duties elsewhere in the tomb complex. The repairs are complete, the specimen stabilized and preserved. The construct rests on its platform, silent and still, its systems operating at minimal levels to conserve power and reduce stress on the pilot's organic components. To an observer unfamiliar with the technology, it would appear unchanged from when it was first brought here. But the cryptech's sensors can detect the subtle differences, can see that the life support now functions with the smooth efficiency of Necron engineering rather than the barely controlled chaos of human systems. The cryptech considers the future of this specimen. It will remain here in the analytical chamber for now, subject to periodic examination as the dynasty's scholars accumulate more data about human technology and capabilities. But eventually, a decision will need to be made about its final disposition. It could be kept indefinitely, maintained as part of the dynasty's collection of interesting artifacts. It could be destroyed once sufficient information has been extracted, eliminating any possibility that it might somehow escape or be recovered by human forces. Or it could be awakened, roused from stasis to face a situation that he could never have anticipated in his darkest imaginings. Each option has appeal. Preservation allows continued study, the possibility of learning more as the cryptech's understanding of human technology deepens. Destruction is clean and certain, eliminates any risks associated with maintaining an organic specimen. Awakening provides the opportunity to gather intelligence directly from the pilot, to observe how he responds to his captivity, to test whether beings in his condition can be induced to provide useful information. But the decision is not the cryptech's to make. That choice belongs to the Lord who commands this awakening tomb, and ultimately to the Pharaoh who rules this entire dynasty. The cryptech is merely the custodian of this specimen, responsible for its preservation and study, but not empowered to determine its ultimate fate. So for now, it remains a sleeping warrior in a tomb world, unaware that he rests in the very heart of his enemy's territory, that the hands maintaining his systems belong to beings who view him as nothing more than a curious artifact, interesting but ultimately insignificant in the vast scope of their plans. The scenario of awakening remains the most fascinating possibility, at least from the cryptech's analytical perspective. What would happen if the dreadnought's systems were brought fully online, if the pilot was roused from his hibernation to consciousness? The process would be straightforward enough. The life support systems could be commanded to increase their activity, flooding the pilot's organs with stimulants and neural activators. The neural interfaces would report the change in status, informing the pilot's brain that wakefulness was required. Within minutes by human time measurement, the Space Marine would transition from deep stasis to full consciousness, his awareness flooding back along with the sensory input from the Dreadnought's systems. What he would perceive in those first moments would depend entirely on how the cryptex chose to manage the awakening. They could activate all of his senses at once, allowing him to see and hear and feel through the Dreadnought's apparatus. In that case, his first awareness would be of the analytical chamber, the strange geometry of Necron architecture, the presence of alien beings that his chapter's training had taught him to recognize as among the gravest threats in the galaxy. The shock of that recognition, combined with the disorientation of awakening in an unexpected location, would likely trigger immediate aggressive responses. The pilot would attempt to fight, to activate weapon systems, and strike out at his captors, to fulfill the programming of centuries of combat service that insists resistance is always preferable to capture. But the cryptex could also control the awakening more carefully, activating the pilot's consciousness while keeping his senses dark, denying him input about his location and situation. In that case, his first experience would be pure confusion, awareness without context, the knowledge that he was awake but no information about where or why. That confusion would quickly give way to concern, then fear, as he attempted to query his systems and received no response, as he tried to move and found himself locked in place by forces he could not identify. The psychological impact of such an awakening could be profound, might even break the pilot's resistance before any physical interrogation began. The Necrons possess weapons that could destroy the Dreadnought easily, regardless of whether it was dormant or active. Gauss weapons would strip away its armor layer by layer, reducing ceramite and adamantium to their constituent atoms with the same efficiency they show against flesh. A focused barrage from even basic Necron warriors could dismantle the construct in seconds, peeling away defenses that were designed to withstand anti-tank weapons, exposing the sarcophagus at its core. And once that armored tomb was breached, the organic components within would be as vulnerable as any other living tissue, subject to the same molecular disassembly that makes Gauss weapons so horrifyingly effective. But destruction, while tactically sound and strategically simple, would waste the intelligence value that the Dreadnought represents. Every aspect of its construction, every detail of its operation, every choice made by the engineers who built it provides information about human capabilities and limitations. The armor tells how much protection they can manufacture and transport. The weapons reveal their understanding of destructive force and power generation. The life support shows their biotechnological capabilities and their approach to preserving life in extreme conditions. All of this information is valuable, and destroying the specimen would eliminate any possibility of discovering more. There is also the question of what destroying the Dreadnought would accomplish strategically. The humans already know they face Necron opposition on this world. The loss of one more construct, one more warrior, will not significantly change their calculations or capabilities. They lost dozens of Space Marines in the fighting before they withdrew, along with tanks and equipment representing far more resources than a single Dreadnought. The Imperium's response to this world will be determined by larger strategic considerations, by the value they place on whatever resources or objectives attracted them here in the first place, not by the fate of one irreplaceable but ultimately individual warrior. The decision to preserve the Dreadnought rather than destroy it reflects the Necrons' own long view of conflict and conquest. They are not fighting for immediate tactical advantage, not seeking to maximize casualties in any particular engagement. Their campaign is measured in centuries and millennia, aimed at the complete reconquest of territories that were theirs millions of years ago. Individual battles, individual casualties, matter only insofar as they contribute to that larger goal. Preserving this specimen for study serves that goal more effectively than destroying it for immediate tactical benefit. The analytical chamber, where the Dreadnought rests, is one of many such facilities throughout the tomb complex. In adjacent chambers, other specimens await study. Orc weapons, carefully preserved after their owners were eliminated. Their crude but effective designs analyzed to understand the threat posed by the greenskin species. Tau battlesuits, recovered from conflicts on other worlds, their sophisticated technology examined and compared to Necron capabilities. Eldar equipment, rare and valuable because the Eldar rarely leave anything behind when they withdraw from battle, studied to understand the surviving children of the Old Ones. The Dreadnought joins this collection, another piece in the vast puzzle the awakening Necrons are assembling as they attempt to understand the galaxy they have inherited. Time passes differently for the sleeping Dreadnought pilot than it does for the Necrons who now serve as his unwitting custodians. For him, if his subjective experience could be measured, the transition from battle to stasis was instantaneous, a sudden shift from the chaos of combat to the void of unconsciousness. When he next wakes, whether that happens tomorrow or 1,000 years from now, it will feel like mere moments have passed. The centuries of service, the long intervals between battles that define a Dreadnought's existence, these happen in his memory, in the gaps between periods of consciousness, but they do not accumulate in real-time experience. He sleeps away the ages while the universe changes around him. For the Necrons, time is different. They measure duration in the cycles of stars, in the slow drift of galaxies through the void, in processes that occur over spans that would be incomprehensible to organic minds. The hours and days that pass while the Dreadnought lies in their analytical chamber are less than eye blinks in the scope of their existence. Yet they are also patient in ways that their organic ancestors could never achieve. They can wait decades, centuries, millennia for the right moment to act, secure in the knowledge that time is not their enemy, that they will endure long past the point where organic beings would have decayed to dust. This fundamental difference in temporal perspective shapes everything about how the two species approach warfare and conquest. Humans fight with urgency born of limited lifespans, knowing that every moment wasted is a moment they will never recover. They seek decisive victories, quick resolutions, outcomes that can be achieved within the span of years or decades that individual commanders will live to see. The Necrons fight with the patience of immortals, understanding that the galaxy itself is the battlefield and eternity is the timeline. They can afford to wait, to plan, to act only when conditions are optimal, because they know they will be here when the younger races have long since passed into extinction. The Dreadnought pilot, trapped in his strange state between organic life and mechanical existence, embodies something of both perspectives. He has served for centuries, has fought in conflicts separated by decades of stasis sleep, has accumulated experience that spans timescales beyond normal human comprehension. Yet, he remains fundamentally organic in his thinking, driven by the urgency of mortal consciousness, by the knowledge that although his life has been extended far beyond natural limits, it remains ultimately finite. He will serve until destroyed, but that destruction is inevitable, a certainty that shapes his every action, even if he cannot consciously acknowledge it. As word of the captured Dreadnought spreads through the tomb complex and to other awakening tomb worlds throughout the dynasty's territories, various Necron nobles and commanders begin to express interest in examining the specimen themselves. A destroyer lord, one of those Necrons who has devoted itself entirely to the extinction of organic life, requests permission to test the construct's durability against